Hi and welcome. Um, so what I'd love you to do before we start, just to get in the vibe, let me know where you're coming from today. It's an international conference, as you can probably tell. I'm from the UK. Lourdes is from Canada. So brilliant. Where else? Namo. Might have to tell me where that is at some point, Lynn. Italia. Fantastic, fantastic. Waiting for some people to join us. Oh, Vancouver Island. Oh, fantastic. Thank you.
It's an hour away from me, Stuart.
Ah, there you go. Fantastic. Jacqueline, hi, welcome. And our fellow Brit, Sarasota, Florida. Fantastic, fantastic. So welcome, Morocco. So we definitely got an international vibe going on here for the love of our oceans. NYC, brilliant. So I just invite you to be treat this, as a informal event. Being interactive, be engaging. You can use the reactions if you want to comment. Use the chat, and please ask your questions in the chat. But let's make this a really interactive one and a fun event for everyone involved. So yeah, so you've got a lot of friends coming in from the Nomo, Lourdes, which is brilliant. So yeah, that's my invitation. Just to engage, ask your questions, do the reactions. If you don't know where those are, there should be a button with a little smiley face on it. You can use that for engagement. So what I'd love to do next is to introduce the lady of the hour, the woman who's put all this together, the fabulous Lourdes Gant. Lourdes, I just give you a little bit of an intro. So Lourdes runs Manatee Holdings, which is a commercial fishing and aquaculture company based on Vancouver Island. And I love when I was looking at some of the things that you do that it's about non-disturbing. I love that idea of not disturbing the natural surroundings, not disturbing the community in that space. That all of um, uh, the fishery is kind of below the ocean, and I think that's a wonderful thing, and it's growing. Geoduck clams in particular. I know you also do sea cucumbers, but for the sushi market. So there's this real specificity about it that I find rather beautiful. That it's purposeful and it's a gentle touch on the oceans. So that's really what I wanted to say. And over to you, Lourdes.
Well, welcome everybody. I'm so glad that you joined us today. I can see a lot of people coming from different parts of the world. So we have our team here, obviously, and Max from Bangkok, Thailand is here, Anna from Miami, Florida, Douglas from Indianapolis, Indiana, Pierre is one of our speakers from Bordeaux, France, and we have somebody from Indiana, USA, Greg Shelansker, and we have Lynn from Nanaimo. We're an hour away, Lynn. We should have lunch or dinner another time. And Alessandro Romano from Italia, and Lucas from Thailand. Lynn Fraser from Nanaimo, and Jacqueline from the UK, Sharon from Florida. Wow, we have somebody, how do I say this? Umaima from Morocco, Matthew from New York, and wow, from Berlin, Noshin from Berlin. And Ivan, where in Asia are you? You were talking about being underrepresented. Well, we'll make sure that next time we'll have a lot more from Asia. Susan from Nanaimo also, Alessandro from, where are you from, Alessandro? And I can see Pierre says hello to you, so I'm assuming also France. Maybe you can put on the chat where you're from. We have Rob from Nanaimo as well. And from Vancouver, Lindsay and Kimberly from Portland, Oregon. Welcome everybody. Thank you for being here today. Oh, Ivan is from Indonesia. Thank you for being here today. I heard one of my coaches say before, 80% of success is showing up. So pat yourself on the back for being here today and showing up. So let's get this show started. Again, I'm Lourdes Gant, co-owner of Manatee Holdings Limited, and this event will not be possible with the people who has helped us to put this together. So if you wanted to go on sustainable business.solutions, and that's where you're going to find all of the things that we're going to be talking today. No overwhelm allowed. I know that there's a lot of things that we're going to be doing today. And part of that is that we want to make it as seamless as possible. Can you see my screen? And I think I need to be able to make it bigger. There we go. So if you go to sustainablebusiness.solutions, you will see here everything that you will need for today. Join our community in LinkedIn so that you are in the vibes all the time because we post important stuff there. If you have not listened to our Business of Aquaculture podcast, so we have weekly shows there with experts. Join our newsletter, Blue Economy Bulletin, that was launched this year. Here's the download the conference slides for today and tomorrow so that you don't get lost. You can follow me along. And of course, your conference booklet is right here, which I'm going to do right now because in here, you will see what you will be learning in the next 2 days. And you also have access to the speakers and their specific bio. And again, I'd like to thank our sponsors. This is our agenda for the next 2 days. This event won't be possible with our sponsors and supporters: AquaSpark, BioMarine, Canada's Ocean Supercluster, Canadian Aquaculture Industry Alliance, BC Salmon Farmers Association, Robert Arthurs International, Aquaverse, Simon Fraser University, Pitch in the Sky, Pitch at the Beach, Association of Sustainability Practitioners, Angel's Nest, VIU, Vancouver Island University, Victor Guardado, Center for Seafood Innovation. So I am excited to start this going. So I would like to be able to also thank my team who's here today. You have Stacy Weber. You have Ross DeLangen from the Philippines. Stacy is in Alberta, Canada. We have Michelle Nolting and Anna, and you met my co-host, Stuart Kerslake. So I'd like to be able to start my presentations asking this question. And it's the R factor question from one of my business coaches from more than a decade ago. If we were having this discussion 3 years from today, and you're looking back over those 3 years, what has to happen in your life, both personally and professionally, for you to feel happy with your progress? So maybe you can think about that on what's your answer to that, because we're going to be going back to that question again, because that gives us a vision in terms of what is going to happen for you in the next 3 years. And with that, I'd like to be able to have my co-founder share with you why we're studying these trends. Eric Gant is a commercial fisherman who saw the devastating impact with 10,000 hours under the water. And he'd like us to study all this because of this.
Well, Wayne Gretzky was once asked, what was the secret of his success? And he said, he never goes for where the puck is. He always goes for where the puck is going to be.
And this is the reason why we're doing and studying the future trends. Wayne Gretzky, a famous Canadian athlete, hockey player, always says, always see where the puck is going to be. So in the next 2 days, I'd like to remember where you're going to be, where the puck is going to be, so we can ride the wave of these future trends.
Well, Wayne Gretzky was once asked, what was this?
And play on words, why did I call this event Blue Ocean Revolution? How many of you have read the book Blue Ocean Strategy? It's a book published from more than a decade ago as well. And it talks about what is red ocean. It's a lot of sharks, blood all over the place because there's very fierce competition. You compete in an existing market space. You wanted to beat the competition. You have to exploit existing demand. It's very bloody. And so what I wanted to do is shift our mindset to the Blue Ocean Strategy, where you can create uncontested market space, make the competition irrelevant, create and capture new demand, break the value cost trade-off, and align the whole system of your activities in pursuit of differentiation and low cost. I present to you the top trends in impact investing. So I'd like to tell you a little bit of a story. I'm a country partner for GeniusU, an edtech company that's listed in the New York Stock Exchange. And they've been studying these trends for quite a while. So they presented the trends in 2021, and you can see here the top 10 trends that we discussed from August 2021. And my team member, or later, we can send you the link for the recording from August 2021, so you can see it here as well. And they did it again in October of 2022. And you can see here what was in the first set that's not on the second set a year later. And the last one was done in June of 2023. We can send you all the recording of this so that you can see where I'm going with this. And so I thought, what better way now that the economic situation has turned around for 2024? I present to you the top 10 trends for 2024 for impact investing. The age of AI is trend number 1. How many of you have watched this movie? This was from 11 years ago.
I never had a birthday.
His name is David.
I feel it. That's creepy. Whoa, that's so real.
In a distant future, in an age of intelligent machines, he is the first robotic child programmed to love and coexist as a member of a family. His is a tale of humanity and a journey to find his place among humans and machines.
I'm a boy.
You are a real boy. At least as real as I've ever made one.
So I don't know if you watched that movie, but that movie was literally from 11 years ago. And it's kind of scary because a lot of the things that are happening now from the movies is actually also being into reality. And so let's see what's going to happen. AI is a $1 trillion market cap club. I don't know if you know what Magnificent Seven are, but these are some of the companies that are hitting the waves of what you wanted to invest in. If you have extra money, Apple, Microsoft, Aramco, Alphabet, Amazon, Meta, and Tesla. And NVIDIA actually was just sweeping the waves of the S&P market and the New York and the stock exchanges in the last 2 weeks because it just hit the highest price on their stock. It's $100 billion opportunity. Artificial intelligence avatars are leading the way with multiple unicorns being born. In fact, there's a company called Synthesia.ai who just raised $90 million in funding round and is hitting the valuation of $1 billion. User spending going up by more than 4,000% on AI-powered apps. So how many of you have not used ChatGPT or some kind of AI before? Know that you're an early adapter. I know sometimes you probably feel that you're behind, but the highest percentage of ChatGPT users belong to USA, 46.75%, followed by India and China, Canada, and United Kingdom. So if you have ChatGPT and you think a little bit about it, know that you're an early adapter. And I believe that you just being here, you're an early adapter because you're interested to know what the future trends are. And interestingly enough, when I was talking in Aquafarm event last July in 2023, I was talking about training an AI CEO. And that same month, same year, last year, Micah was introduced to the world's first AI CEO running a global company. Fascinatingly enough, in GeniusU, actually today, starting 45 minutes from now, GeniusU, my edtech partner, is launching the whole C-suite of a management team, AI-powered, AI CEO, AI COO, AI CMO, CTO, and CFO. It's not just CEO, it's the whole C-suite that we're going to have as our strategic alliance here. There will be a lot of information that you will see in your slide, basically talking about generative AI and a lot more for this trend. In the aquaculture industry, this was actually released maybe 3 weeks ago. The Competence Barometer and Artificial Intelligence and Norway also talked about a lot of aquatech. And so, action step for this first trend. Join us in April, July, and October for our 3 AI microschools because I want you to ride the wave of AI trend. Trend number 2, decentralized finance. What is decentralized finance? How many of you have not heard decentralized finance? Let's see it from the viewpoint of layman terms.
Ria is a phenomenal baker who runs a bakery in New York. On seeing the great success of her business, she thought of growing it even bigger and launching a new franchise of her bakery in LA. So for the funds, she applied for a loan of $50,000 from the central bank. After completing her documentation for the loan, she comes to know that the bank is rejecting her loan application due to her loan borrowing limit of the amount decided by the central financial system. Furious with this situation, she talked to a friend, Lisa, a finance expert, to understand how this whole centralized financial system of banks works. And why did her loan get rejected? Lisa explained to her that in centralized finance, banks and businesses use the money that you invest or lend to make profits, and their overriding objective is to make money. Third parties or merchants like debit, credit card providers control money transfers between the two end parties in the financial system, each charging a fee for their services. And that is why her loan got rejected, because the loan amount exceeded the limit decided by the bank or third parties for her. Ria was upset with the thought of not being able to grow her business. And that is when Lisa suggested Ria to opt for decentralized finance, or DeFi. Ria got a little confused by the term and asked, "What is decentralized finance?" Lisa answered that decentralized finance is a piece of code that eliminates middlemen or banks by allowing individuals, business merchants, and corporations to perform financial transactions using developing technologies. Peer-to-peer financial networks that provide security protocols and connectivity to the transactions are used to accomplish this. Stablecoin is a cryptocurrency backed by an asset or tied to a fiat currency like the dollar. Is at the concept's core. Ria was fascinated and asked how it works and how exactly DeFi could help her get her loan approved. Lisa further added that DeFi uses the consensus mechanism to eliminate centralized finance models by allowing anyone or everyone to utilize financial services, regardless of who they are or where they are. The consensus mechanism refers to the methods used to achieve agreement, trust, and security across a decentralized computer network. Now, this DeFi mechanism runs in a decentralized environment. And this is where blockchain comes into the picture. It provides the environment where you can simply create your decentralized programs, or dApps, according to your requirement. In the blockchain network, transactions are stored in blocks, and other users in that network can verify them. If a transaction is verified by all its verifiers, the block is closed and encrypted, and a new block is created containing information from the previous block, thus creating a chain of blocks. And these transactions are handled by decentralized applications, or say, dApps. Lisa further explained that Ria's loan got rejected due to the lower limit by the centralized financial system. But in DeFi, she can submit her loan requirements into a decentralized finance application, dApp, and an algorithm would match her up with peers who could help her. After that, she'll have to agree to the lender's terms to get her loan. The transaction is then recorded in the blockchain, where it will be securely stored in a ledger that will make it impossible to hack or any kind of malicious intervention. And after that, she'll receive her required amount of money once it is verified by the consensus mechanism. The lender can also then begin collecting their payments at the agreed upon intervals from her. When she makes the payment using her dApp, it goes through the same blockchain process, and the money is transferred to the lender. Ria was impressed and relieved that she now could grow her business in a much more secure and cheaper way, all thanks to DeFi. DeFi is meant to conduct transactions using cryptocurrency. Because technology is still evolving, it's difficult to say how, if at all, existing cryptocurrencies will be applied. So here's a question for you. Which concept does DeFi use for its implementation? A. Smart contracts. B. Consensus algorithm. C. DApps. D. None of the above.
So if you are paying attention, put on the chat what your answer is to this question. So
Ria is a phenomenal baker.
And now I bring to you, why are we studying decentralized finance? What does this mean? Peter Diamandis in his book, Abundance, talked about this 10 years ago. Can you believe this? A decade ago, that there are 6 Ds of exponential framework. And it's digitize, dematerialize, demonetize, democratize, and then there's a acceptive section before an industry is actually going to get disrupted. And I can show you the video explaining this in a little bit, but I don't want it to go to the next video right away, but I want to give a little bit of back of context before I move on. So dematerialization is basically having to have different technologies and being able to have it in just one technology. How many of you still have GPS in your car? I think a lot of people has gotten away with it because they now have just an app on their phone using a GPS. A lot of the cameras now, who else still uses the still cameras here? So I'd like to give you Peter Diamandis about what these 6 Ds of exponentials are. Let me just see. Are you still with me here? I know that there's a lot of information I'm throwing at you, so I wanted to make sure that you're still here with me. So I'm going to go give, okay, Marianne is still here. I'm glad you're still here. And then who else is with me here today? Because I am just going through my presentation so I can show you Peter talking about these 6 Ds, because it will be better if I'd be able to show him to you. Hang on a second. Okay, I think I got it here now. Who else is still with me here? I can see some people saying hello here on the chat, but maybe. Okay, here we go. Take it away, Peter. Can you see my screen? You can say hello. You know, I can still hear you. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Here's Peter.
Because when they do, they become effectively free, and they also demonetize. And demonetization is powerful and dangerous, right? So iTunes demonetized the record store. Skype, I don't use, long distance to call my sister in Greece. I'm, on Skype. Amazon, the bookstore, Google research libraries, eBay, the local store, and Craigslist decimated the newspaper industry, right? Took the money out of the classifieds, put it back into consumers' pockets. And the final step here is democratization. Because when something becomes dematerialized and demonetized, it becomes democratized. And here's where the marketplaces explode. So by 2016, there will be 1 billion handsets in Africa. Who would have thought that one of Google's largest marketplaces in the world for Android would be Africa? The question is, what other products or services are going to explode into this marketplace? Because here are the numbers in this democratization. So the companies that you're investing in fact, the markets we're investing in the future, in fact, where the products and services come from the future is going to change very rapidly. And so for financial markets, this is one of the biggest things I don't hear being spoken about. This is world's population. In 2010, 2010 roughly, we just crossed the 7 billion mark. This is internet penetration. In 2010, just 4 years ago, we had just shy of 2 billion people connected online. That number in the next 6 years is going from 2 billion people to at least 5 billion people. At least. It could well be the entire world with some of the systems that are in the books right now. You've heard just recently about one of Google's, you've heard about Google Loon, you've heard of, just recently in the Wall Street Journal, the news started breaking about Google's interest in satellite systems. But these are systems that would connect 7 billion people. And so what happens when at least 3 billion new minds come online? These are 3 billion people who never bought anything before. They're a brand new generation of consumers, a brand new generation of creators, a brand new generation of inventors. What are they going to design? What are they going to consume? What problems do they have where they live that they're going to solve? That's going to create new products or services that are going to flow back to us. For
So
financial markets, for me,
I would like to be
this
able to
represents
stop at this
tens
point
of
because
trillions of-
you can watch this on your own and know that this video was actually from 9 years ago. And you can see that this group has actually already invested in some of the things that they were talking about at that time. So know though that don't be scared that you're behind, because like what I said, we're going to ride this wave together in the next 3 years. Hence my first question, where do you see yourself 3 years from today? So I'd like to continue with my presentation. I don't know if you're excited or scared or both from what you've heard so far, and I'm already on just trend number 2, right? So, but don't be, because together is better, because we're going to be in this together. So engage on the chat, what you're learning so far, and I would like to continue with the next trend. So here you go. So we were talking about this, Peter was talking about this, and again, you can look at all this at your own leisure of what's going on there and what the evolution of blockchain is going to be so far. This was from 2018, you can see. And you can see here from 2021, what happened to Bitcoin and all the rest of this at your own leisure. And you can watch the video as well. But what I wanted to highlight at this point is I've also been following ARK Invest. And ARK Invest is actually founded by Cathie Wood. And every year they launch Big Ideas 2024, just got launched actually 3 weeks ago. And look at that report. Maybe one of my team members can put on the chat the link for the Big Ideas 2024 and see the format of where it is trending from 3 years ago. What was it, 2021? And maybe you can pick one from the Big Ideas 2024 where you're going to ride the wave. And this was also from 3 years ago. See, 2021, El Salvador is the first nation state to adopt Bitcoin as a legal tender. And again, talking about cryptocurrency and Bitcoin being forecasted that could exceed 1 million by 2030. Ethereum and DeFi, this was from 2022, you can see. And I'm just giving you all this background because I want you to see where it's going to be. And so I'm not even going to bother do all of these slides for you because you can watch it and read it at your own leisure. Here it was talking about Ether's market cap forecasted to exist $20 trillion in the next 10 years. So this was from 2021. So we're actually on year 7 for this. And I don't know if you heard the word decentralized autonomous organization, or DAO. And it's basically a new form of governance. And I'm not going to dwell into that because we're going to talk more about this decentralization of why it's sweeping different industries. And this trend is happening because a lot of the dollars in North America is being printed and it's being devalued. And so new forms of currency are being invented to be able to replace that. And again, you can watch all this, but know that we introduced BRICS from our last conference in September, and it's an acronym that stands for Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey already joined this. This was from 2022, so a lot more countries have already joined this. How many of you have heard the word NATO? How many of you have heard the word NAFTA? So there's military leverage, there's an economic leverage. BRICS is countries banding together for financial leverage. So they are actually creating a new form of currency that's going to be called BRICS bucks. So again, you can see all of this supporting what's happening in this trend. So I'm going to move on, but before that, I will have you have one action step for every trend. So for this, what will your portfolio look like with this newfound information and knowledge? And now I bring to you trend number 3, regenerative agriculture and regenerative aquaculture investments. Obviously, you know, I'm in this industry, so it has to be in the trend. So this was published 3 weeks ago from Fish.site, of where most venture capital has been invested in aquaculture. So you can see a lot of people are investing in our industry. It's fascinating enough because we were never heard of 10 years ago. And you can also have the links for this, agriculture venture capital firms that are also investing in regenerative agriculture. So action step for this trend, maybe you can list some investments that are regenerative, both in agriculture and aquaculture, and set aside some money in there so you can ride a wave. I now bring you trend number 4, zero waste and circular economy, and why this is important. How many of you have watched this movie?
What do you know about the force? Impressive. Lesson 1, sit here, legs crossed. The force is not a power you have. It's the energy between all things, a tension, a balance that binds the universe together. Close your eyes. Breathe. Now, reach out. Just breathe. Reach out with your feelings. What do you see?
The island. Life. Death and decay that feeds new life. Warmth. Cold. Peace. Violence.
And between it all,
Balance.
And between it all is balance. So this trend has been really sweeping the planet because we have to take care of where we live. How many of you have not heard the words acronym ESG, environmental, social, and governance factor? Its asset may hit $53 trillion by 2025. That's a year from now, a third of the global asset under management. And you can see here where the map of ESG strategies are that you may want to avoid, promote, and change. And there are a lot of circular economy business models that you may want to look at. Again, all this information is on your slides. You can take a look at some of the statistics here. What is your action step for this? Maybe you can give me an example of a circular model that you're implementing in your company, companies that you work with, you work for, maybe in your own household. How is circular economy, circular trend? What model are you implementing? Which brings me to my last trend for the day. Trend number 5, strategic synergies, and why this is important. There are 3 types of capital. People normally just talk about financial capital and intellectual capital, and they forget about social capital. And so what is the smartest way to growth? Mergers and acquisitions, partnerships, or organic growth? There's an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. I was in a conference 3 weeks ago, and it talks about empire building. And these are my notes. So I'm just showing you a little bit of my notes here. And it talks about how private equity capital works. So if you're a small company and your EBITDA is 1 million, EBITDA stands for earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and appreciation, and you have 1 million EBITDA, if a private equity capital invests in you, they can give you between 5 to 7 times of MOIC, multiple of invested capital. So let's just pretend you're a small and pop company, 1 million EBITDA, you can be offered maybe 4 to 5 times. In fact, in the last 4 months, we've been offered 4 times. We're in this category. But because of strategic synergy as a trend, let's just say we put together 4 small companies that has 2 million EBITDA, that's 8 million. You can be offered 7 times, which is 8 times 7 is how much compared to just being offered 4 to 5 million. So strategic synergy is very important. So I'm running a little bit behind, but I want you to look at all these slides on your own time. Love Mr. Market. You're going to have a partner named Mr. Market, and the beauty of him is your partner is that he's kind of psychotic, drunk, and he will do very weird things over time. And your job is to remember that he's there to serve you and not to advise you. But there's also Mrs. Market. And the beauty of her is your partner is that she's a graceful, abundant provider who will grow and evolve over time. And your job is to remember that she's there to guide you and not destroy you. So be on the rocket, be an investor 5.0 versus riding a car. And these are just some examples of where you can put your money in the wealth pyramid from the International Academy of Wealth. You can look at this. And so the next step is, I hope that you get your strategic alliance map. We're offering this today for you. We're launching that. I would love to be able one of the companies that we can share together so we can have a higher EBITDA. And with that, that's the end of my presentation on my 36-minute mark. I'm 1 minute behind, but we are now ready for questions. Thank you all for your attention. Stuart.
Thank you, Lourdes. I love that. The mechanic in you is measuring it down to the last second. Beautiful, beautiful. And thanks for that information. There's a lot in there. I picked out some really interesting things in there. The fact that the ESG is now a third of global AUM. I mean, that's an amazing stat. But who's got some questions for Lourdes? Please feel free to ask her anything about this.
So post on the chat, or we can highlight you if you wanted to join us here on the spotlight and would like to know what's your biggest takeaway from all those trends 1 to 5 that I shared with you this morning. And some of you who were with us from the September, you've seen some of these slides. So I wanted to know what you've implemented from September to now. Some of the information was available last September as well. And there's new information, obviously. So what's your biggest takeaway? Let's see what we have from the audience here. I see there's a lot of things happening. There's 39 messages on the chat, but I haven't seen. So any questions? Oh, Lynn was saying that she was interested by the decentralized finance piece. So what is it that you're interested about it? There was a lot of things there. I think it's good to have a perspective of how it can be defined in layman's term. So any questions from our audience here? What about you? Other than the AUM ESG, Stuart, what else did you learn? You're welcome.
Yeah, and as I put in the chat, I was not a massive fan of AI. You know, but I've now recognized that it's with us, and we can you know, I communicate through ChatGPT, you know, as to a good friend. It's like, what would we love to teach AI about being human and about, you know, what we would love to create on this planet. So there's no question in that, but just an observation. So how would you, you know, help others to engage with AI in that kind of fashion? I noticed there that Mark, I don't know if you have a question, particularly around this, because I've seen some of the chat. It'd be great to know your perspective on this, and maybe we can help to redress things a bit.
Yeah, and tomorrow I'm going to share as well, but I'm going to say it now too. I think there's a lot of fear as well because it's new. Anything new can get a little bit of resistance. Tomorrow I'm going to say, but I'm going to say it now since you all are here anyway. 50% of us are going to be replaced. Let's just say what it is. 50% of us are going to be replaced. But at the same time, 50% of us are also going to have a race. And we are here today because I want you to be the one who is going to have a race. And meaning you have a race in your company that you're working with, you will have higher salary. If you're an entrepreneur, you will have better revenue. And when I say that, it's because we need to be a co-pilot with this new technology. Can you imagine if you're a caveman and you hear a cell phone ringing from way back? Wouldn't you be like obviously scared and resistant about it? There's a lot of talks about how technology is bad, how technology is good. We'll make it bad or good on how we use it. I can see, Mark, do you have a question? I see all your question marks on the chat, but I don't know what your question is. And I also see,
David has one. Yeah,
yeah.
sorry. You see, yeah. So David's
So-
question, as a fish farmer and aquaculture companies, how do we keep up with all these developments? You know, will building critical mass in each sector be a solution? And he's mentioned, you know, a number of fish stocks there.
Yes, so it's interesting that you mentioned tilapia because I just saw from fish.site.com, I think this week actually, it does say that tilapia is the #1 most farmed species. And how do we keep with all these developments? We can't unless we have strategic synergy. There's a lot of people that want to do it alone. And you saw my slide on merger and acquisition. Sure, you can do mergers and acquisition. That's the fastest way. You can do partnership. I'm a partner with Genius U. So, or the slowest, but you can also do it, is organic growth. I mean, it's feasible, but it's not be as quick. Remember the African proverb. And so I'm sharing that with all of you. So what else is a question? I think someone has a comment. Working on a community level. Where is that? I saw that somewhere.
Yes, Mark saying, yeah, I think this might be relative to this question marks. He works at a basic coastal community level. You know, Mark, can we invite him on to express this? If Mark, would you like to join us so we can express this concern or this question?
Yeah, come on, Mark. Let's have you spotlighted. And I'm so happy that you're here when you're working with a coastal community level, because there's a lot of misinformation as well, because not a lot of education as in the aquaculture industry. You know, our industry is very fragmented. And so that's why we're doing all these education assets, because that's the #1 activity that we as aquaculturists do, is education. Hi, Mark. Thank you for being
Hello.
here.
Yes, we've met. You were at my conference. Now, yes, indeed. What I'm a bit concerned on here is confounding AI, global market trends, Bitcoin, right? The replacement of the US dollar, right, is the standard currency with what we do, which is much more fundamental. And so the issues I'm concerned with are really critical issues that have to do with the general viability and security of food supply and general life at a coastal community indigenous level. None of this, though it affects the world level and maybe Bezos and a few other people, it doesn't really have anything to do with us. And you see that there's already been comments and trends where people have left the conference, right? Because many people are not ready to embrace any of this as a done deal. And so this is the question I come back to, is that for this to be, you know, I understand at this level, but at a praxis level, right? This is not the way we get into talking to people. It won't take us any distance at a community level. And ultimately, people are here for different reasons in the blue economy. Some because they suspect or hope that this is a way to make money, and that's fine. And we're in basically a postmodern capital laissez-faire system. But generally speaking, what happens at a local level, a coastal community level around the world, where invariably most folks are indigenous, none of this affects them, except it affects them in as much as it either squeezes or promotes a little bit of quality of life. And there's, as always, a huge gap between what you're talking about here and practical reality.
I agree. I totally agree with you, Mark. And thank you for being here again. Though I remember, thank you for bringing the indigenous communities in Nanaimo last October, because that has been a really eye-opening event for us. And Pierre is here as well, so he will share some. And I do agree with you, on a community level and a small community level, there's a lot of people who has a big disparity of what's going on. But you know, the good part though is with technology coming along, in fact, we're partnering with somebody, and with I'd like to be transparent that I can't disclose yet, but we are working on something wherein small to medium businesses, family businesses is able to use technology so that their legacy can live on. Because as you know, as I mentioned, there are so much disparity between, you know, the big conglomerate. You mentioned Jeff Bezos, of course, the big companies, Amazon, Tesla, Meta, is able
That's
to
because you did. I wouldn't have ever brought him up.
yeah. But we can't ignore them, right? Because it's like the wind. It's there. We can't ignore it. It's happening. And so what can we do as small members of our community, small members
Agree. But
of
not
our
cut across your bow. We can't ignore them, but that doesn't mean in the overall point of the world with indigenous folks, we have to embrace assimilation.
I agree.
Okay, and so my point around all of this is that it's out there, but do you understand? And I think that you do understand, you're talking about, as it were, capitalism here in relation to the blue economy, and we're talking about fundamental indigenous rights around survival, and they need to be brought together if it's going to be relevant. Because what I'm tracking right now, just in British Columbia, is lawsuits that popped up this morning, right?
Yeah.
In relation to just access to food herring in the indigenous world. And so there is no alignment. There's trends, but none of it comes back to a coherent social policy that's applicable inside the jurisdictions that we work. So all of that work is still uphill, and it will still be uphill regardless of whether or not everybody has a cell phone. That's my point around all of this. None of this resolve, none of the technology, none of the, as it were, global centralization resolves any of the issues. It makes them more acute. Anyway, I'll leave it there. Otherwise, I start to get a little bit
Thank you. I was
documentary.
going to say thank you for that contribution and for opening up, allowing Lourdes to respond to that. And I noticed there's quite a lot of stuff in the chat around some of the positive aspects of embracing AI, etc. So it's worth looking at the chat. We're starting to get some activity now, which is wonderful.
Yes, and I do agree with you. I think, Mark, we should have you in our next event because I'd like you to address all this. And I don't disagree with you, but I think the way that we move forward with this is that when we focus on our differences, it's going to be tough. So let's have our attention.
I agree, and I don't disagree with you, Lourdes, but here's the point, and I'll raise this up and then we'll just leave it here. People make the assumption that digital communication is a good thing, right? I can tell you that it's a number one social problem emerging in indigenous communities, because what happens as soon as you get a Wi-Fi or a cell phone repeater, your young generation stops communicating around the table with the folks and they all stare at their hands. Now, I understand if you're selling cell phones, that's a good thing, but this is the stuff that comes in and it creates collateral, long-lasting effects that are contrary to the stated purposes, I think, of the blue economy. But I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm so glad that you're transparent with us, because this is how we can get started with our communicating so that we can focus also on our uniqueness. And so we'll bring you along so that we can bring some, I'm actually working with 3 First Nations band right now on how to bring along all of this technology in little communities and coastal communities as well. So thank you. And I think we are on our 3-minute behind. So I would like Stuart to go bring on our first.
Absolutely. So now time to bring on our first guest, or our second guest, if you like, which is Pierre Herves. Are you there, Pierre?
Yes.
Brilliant. Are we going to spotlight Pierre? So he's fantastic, and I'll disappear in a moment. So Pierre is the founder of BioMarine, which is all about the circular blue economy and solving, climate differential equations. And I love the idea of fostering the development of marine bioresources and working with local communities. So maybe there's an answer there to the previous one, how we bring that into local communities. And the mission is to promote the potential and benefits of marine bioresources, and also to bring the players together, and linking back with what Lourdes was saying there about that African saying, if you want to go far, do it together. And I love this idea of the community. So perhaps you can tell us more about that. Thank you, Pierre.
Sure, and thank you for the invitation. And Lord, I know that each time we have Mark, in a conversation, it's always very interesting and challenging. And I will come back, to the First Nation potential. This is very important. But as a brief introduction, I'm Pierre Vess. I am the founder of BioMarine, which I started in 2007 at a time where the blue economy was absolutely nowhere. Nobody was talking about any blue agenda. And even the French president, when I met with him at the time, said, well, fish don't vote. Nothing has changed, literally. And except, from a few countries like Monaco, Prince Albert has been a beacon. We have Portugal, we have Canada. Only a few countries have been opening the door and preparing, the blue agenda. But I was very consistent, and we built, this community. We went up to 22,000 companies in our think tank. And the purpose of BioMarine is to help, little small companies to grow at international level and to find the right partners, either, industry or investors. Lately, 2 years ago during the COVID, I joined one of my oldest friends, Isabelle de Crémouche. She is the CEO from SevenChair. She is running 1.1 billion in asset. And we decided to launch a new vertical, which is Blue Forward Fund. So it's a 130 million euros investment fund, private equity. We do invest in the entire scope of the blue economy, and we try to build a portfolio of innovative technologies that will serve the purpose of the blue economy. It's not simple. It's not easy. It's really trying to convince the private equity world to do kind of a different impact approach work is somehow complicated. And to that extent, I think that there's still a lot of work to do. And we have our friends from Aquaspark. I was one of their former and first advisor when Mike and Amy were starting the company. And we had the same issue. Well, identifying the right deal flow, identifying the right partners that could follow us and come with us, in investing in small emerging companies that will change the world. So that's a real challenge. And today, I think that we need more momentum and to serve, the blue economy at large, really, to take it, to the next level, because the blue economy is pretty much everywhere. Most of the people, they are part of the blue economy. They don't even know that. But we need, to bring them together and create, the right momentum in terms of investment, in terms of portfolio potential, and also in terms of social economic approach. And I'm glad that Mark, is participating to this forum today, because one of the technology that we will apply and deploy is, aiming to change the way where the First Nation will take and retake possession of their natural beauties ownership, and they will transform, this seaweed into valuable product. But we need to think different, and we need, to have the right approach where we're going to give power back, to the First Nation and make sure that it's not business as usual. We want to educate, we want to train, we want to give a legacy, and we want, to do a business that is good for Earth, for population, and for nature. So this is, in a nutshell, what I've been doing so far.
Thank you very much, Pierre. It's so amazing that you're able to share with us, because it's interesting. I actually met Mark through Pierre, and I met Pierre through Israel, who you'd be hearing later today. But I'd like to ask this question now with you. What inspired you to establish an ocean fund focused on blue economy, and maybe share with our audience today what specific goals or objectives do you hope to achieve through your initiatives? You mentioned a little bit from what you were just talking about here.
So the fund, and we took a lot of time, to reflect on what will be, the fund objective. And we started as a private equity fund. So we do invest in Series A. We try to have a scope that is geographically balanced, and we are centered around Europe, but we do invest, all over the world when it's feasible. In terms of sectors, I would say that you mentioned the AI. For us, the digitalization of the blue economy is fundamental. And during our last event in Biarritz, where Mark was participating, we had some very crucial discussions about aquaculture and AI. And the future demonstrates that there will be a full capability to bring, the producers to the next level, while using AI and developing the tools that will optimize, the production of fish, not only for fish. It's going to be in marine biotechnology, it's going to be in environmentals, it's going to be in carbon capture. So AI will play a key role in the development of this fund. And we have so far invested in almost 10 cases. And we're covering, as I said, the entire scope of the blue economy, from a company that is doing a new kind of anti-fouling in Canada. One company, Goa, that I mentioned, that is transforming seaweed into valuable protein and natural gas. One company that is producing microalgae. We have two companies in aquaculture with a new approach. We have also a company that is doing a nutraceutical from natural products coming from the sea. So we're looking at space technology also to serve, the interests of the ocean. And for me, everything is connected. And with almost 30 years of background in this field, I like, to discuss with every single entrepreneur and explain why what he's doing is crucial, for the economy, because sometimes they have no idea of the potential of their technology and how to connect it with the rest of the world, which is really my dual situation that allows me, to advise, the companies and help them, to get the right funding. And when our fund is later stage and when we deal with early stage, there's always in our network, an investor willing to look at the file and to help, the companies. So
I really love what you're sharing here. And I still remember your event from October with the National Aquaculture Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum, because you were very down to earth in bringing forth, and sometimes that's the disadvantage/challenge with being on a virtual event, because there's not much connection right off the bat because of technology itself. But you brought forward that event wherein you literally went from stage, I call it from podium to floor. And for those of you who has some opportunities, Pierre is such an amazing person. And I would like to, maybe you can give our audience, if they have a pitch, how do you prioritize investments or projects within the blue economy sector so that they can ensure that they have both environmental sustainability and economic growth? Maybe you can provide us with some examples of successful projects or partnerships your fund has supported so that it can be like a criteria for them.
Before jumping into the answer, I'd like to come back, during COVID time, we ran, this 24 hours event, Seaweed Around the Clock. And we demonstrated that we can connect the rest of the world. And every hour we are going to different time zone, explaining what seaweed could bring, to the local communities. We had young people, we had First Nations. We put, Greenland on the map, the rest of the world. And that was very fruitful because at the same time, we were connecting the entrepreneurs with the investors from all over the world. So even digital and what you're doing is very good, Lord, because it's a way for people to realize that they're not alone. You know, I've seen some of the people coming from Morocco, from South Africa, they can connect, and there's no boundaries, and this is very important. So coming back to your question, I will take the case of Goa, which is, you know, the most relevant. When we started to deploy this technology, we looked at Goa as a game changer, because most of the people that are doing seaweed, they are, you know, in production, but they have no idea how they can scale and why, you know, they need to be vertically integrated. When you're a small farmer and you produce your seaweed, you represent nothing compared to Nestle, or when you want to deal with Cargill. So you need, you know, to team up. And this technology allows us, you know, to use the fresh seaweed, transform it into very functional protein in no time, without, you know, the drying. And then the carbohydrates that is remaining could be transformed into natural gas or bioplastic. This technology, at first, I thought, you know, we were going, you know, to produce and to put that, you know, in every farm, because most of the farm, if you look at Canada or Greenland, they are very remote. So we thought about the technology, and we thought about, you know, bringing the technology towards the farm to help the farmer not to sell raw material at no cost, but to sell valuable product so they can increase their income and reinvest in more production. So the idea, you know, started, you know, to develop. And when we were in Vancouver, but even before with Mark, we've been thinking about, you know, the First Nations. The First Nation in Canada and all over the US, they own the resources, and they have thousands of square kilometers where they can grow seaweed. But so far, they're doing nothing. So Mark has been mandated by all the First Nations from the West, from the North, and from the East to put together a project and to deal with this technology in order to bring to the First Nation not only the technology, but the knowledge and the education about how we're going to cultivate or harvest seaweed in a proper way, and transform that and train the young generation and invite them to come back, you know, to their roots. Say, we live in a country where we have enough, you know, to make a living and to have a good education and to develop the local communities. So we decided through this project to bring valuable technology to the First Nation, and that will be ruled by the First Nation with their own vision. And this is not a pure capitalistic agreement. This is an agreement where the company will get, you know, a return on their investment, but also the First Nation corporation will manage, you know, the future development, and will give any single tribe or local communities the possibility to use their natural resources. And I like very much, you know, this type of project.
That's really good. That's very good. It's fascinating that you were mentioning about, again, education, because in one of the communities that we're working on, we're actually creating right now, one of my team members here, Jesse, if you see it on the chat, is actually working on a format wherein we're doing a curriculum for First Nations on how we can increase education on coastal communities, which leads me to my next question. So as a founder of an ocean fund, how do you navigate the complexities balancing conservation efforts and economic development in coastal communities? And maybe share with us what strategies do you employ to foster collaboration, but also maximize positive impacts on both environment and local livelihoods?
So well, there are many type of impact funds. Our fund is a private equity fund, and we are Article 9. So there is a huge compliance, and there's a huge regulatory process, you know, to assess, you know, the potential of each project. I would say that when you talk about conservation, there should be a multilateral approach. And yesterday I was on the phone with a friend from South Africa talking and building a blue bond. I think that when it comes to conservation, it is mandatory to combine, you know, the private equity money with also public money. And when I say public money, it doesn't mean that we don't need, you know, to have no return on investment, but it's a long-term return on investment. Sometimes you have only 1 digit, but in the long run, it's going to pay back. And conservation is essential if we want to ensure that our next generation can survive in this complicated world. And I would say that blue bonds are a way forward because you mitigate, the risk, and you prepare the ground for the private equity money or for the private money to come and to invest at the right moment. Infrastructure and CapEx is always the challenge when you do aquaculture, or you want, to have massive investment in aquaculture. So you need to de-risk, the process, and the blue bond somehow is the perfect vehicle where you can. There are many financial vehicles or system where you can de-risk and help, the investor to come in and to do their job, and their job will be to accelerate and to catalyze. And develop, the companies or the technology in the right way. But the private and the public money should go hand in hand. And when I say public, it's also foundations such as, Ocean Bond Foundation that was in Biarritz with us at BioMarine, or the Foundation Prince Albert II that has now a new vehicle and that is also investing in impact with this. I would say, very strong focus on how we're going to change and make sure that, conservation is part of the equation.
Just wonderful, wonderful. And so you guys, just so you know, Pierre is one of the supporters / sponsors. So stay until day 2 because we will have a raffle and 2 of you are going to win 2 spots for the AI Micro Schools courtesy of BioMar. So thank you for that, Pierre. So if you have some, maybe I'm going to go now from, big talk to focus vision to a smaller minutia in terms of, I love what you did with your conferences because it just creates conversations with different stakeholders. So, and I know that your son is also developing an education platform. Maybe you can share with our audience what that looks like, because I thought that was very fascinating when you shared that in the October event last year on what was the vision for that. How is it going to work? How is it going to help people? So take it away.
So at BioMarine, we have different type of events, and we had this big event, in Biarritz, where Mark was bringing, the local communities and native communities to participate and to meet with the rest of the world. We had 32 different, countries represented, and the purpose is really to engage and make sure that the people can connect with the right partners. We also do partnership with different type of event. We're going to be in Monaco for the Monaco Ocean Week, and we're going to run a workshop set up a 2 years agenda on AI and the blue economy. So our friends from Quebec, our friends from Portugal will develop an agenda where we're going to have meetings, and for everybody around the world, they will be able to join and participate, to this type of events that are focusing not only on talks, but really on business. And this is where, it's so different. I'm not a big fan of the UN conference where you talk and you try to save the world. I'm actually saving the world, bringing innovation to the people that need it the most. And so we are very practical, we are down to earth, and we focus on project and consortium. And the last one that we launched is a digital comics that we presented in Biarritz that will be dedicated to the next generation. And so it's interactive, they can get credit, and Mark is also involved with the native population. So the more you read, the more you learn, and then you take the test and you get a credit from the Université Paris Côte d'Azur, Université Côte d'Azur. And so it validates, the knowledge that has been passed, through the digital comics. So by all means, what I would like to say is that there is no verticality in this economy. It's only transversal, and we need to team up, if we want to achieve something for the next generations. And so my purpose is to say, well, you want to connect, contact me. I will do my best effort, to put you in front of the right people. If you can join us during an event, it's even better, as you said, Lourdes, because there's a physical connection. And for the rest, if we can't make an investment in your company, there might be in my network another investor that will be keen, to look at your file. So don't be hesitant, and just get to Lourdes or get to me directly. I'll be happy to help you.
That's one thing I really love about you too, as a person. Now I'm talking about from company to your son as a person. I believe that we're all in this together because as humanity, as I mentioned, is either going to be replaced or going to have a race. And to be able to raise consciousness with everybody, it's not a one-man job. And one of the things I appreciate about you is introductions that you do with my network. So thank you for that. So, but before I let you go, I know we still have 10 minutes, but maybe one of our audience who would like to bite the bullet and maybe do a little bit of a pitch of whatever they're working on. I know sometimes when I'm in front of investors pitching our opportunity, there are 4 questions that they would wanted to know the answers from. And I don't know if it's the same as you. So maybe you can give us a little bit of a technique on when they pitch their project. So those 4 questions are: how much are they asking? What would be the return on investment? When is the money going to come back? And is there a collateral? Which is a very, very left brain, all numbers driven. So with the Blue Fund and Impact Fund is very different. So what are maybe 4 criteria that you're looking for? And maybe someone would wanted to jump online.
Lourdes, my first call, the first exploratory call with the company is more, to learn about the founder and the team. If I don't believe, the team is good, I will not invest. So for me, I prefer, to spend time understanding what the founder and the team are aiming to build instead of knowing, numbers right away. Of course, yeah, we're going to go through the numbers, but the first meeting is really to get an appreciation of the potential of the team, the project, the team, and the vision. If it's okay, I'm going to jump into a second call where we're going to crunch a number. We're going to go, for the usual questions. But the first impression is, what do you sell? Who are you? And what is your vision?
And whenever I'm doing this podcast format, I have this acronym pops up in my head. So when you were saying that, it was PTV, knowing the person, and you were talking about the vision and the team. So person, team, vision. So it's very important, yet you just don't have this number, but this is more important because this is where the relationship part happens, that they have to believe in you of what it is that you're trying to accomplish. And obviously it has to have some sustainability aspects on it. And so what are some of your favorite, pitches that you've heard before, maybe some in your portfolio that you were taken aback because you didn't expect that was going to be said? Maybe you can share that with us.
Yeah, well, again, I have so many good companies, and if I take the example of GIT, which is this anti-folding company, I've been impressed by the team. And when I was introduced, to Mo, he's based in Halifax. He was pitching this boring topic in such a way that I was really thrilled, and I liked it very much. And I say, wow, the guy is clever. He's turning this very boring topic into a very attractive story. And so it was immediately on sustainability and say, well, I want to be able to measure the impact, for the ocean. Say, wow, the guy is clever. He's talking about impact, doing, hull cleaning and trying, to reduce, the fouling on shipping, which is a crappy business. Instead, he then dig, into the business. He explained, how this anti-fouling is changing the perception of coating. And so I was really impressed by the team, by the dedication, and by the commitment to the ocean conservation. So one case I thought, I will never invest in, and I made the investment, and we did the investment. That was a nice story because of the team, because of the CEO.
That's great. That's just great to hear, because I think most of the time, especially I can say from experience, when I started pitching 10 years ago, I forget that this is still also based on, it's like dating, right? Everybody get to know you first. And when investors look at the person itself, the founder and the team, sometimes the small to medium businesses goes right away to what their project is, and the connection is lost. And I remember at one point I have somebody pitching, and it's all about, are you interested? Are you interested? And I'm not making the connection first. And the old adage of LKT, like, know, and trust. If somebody doesn't like you, they may not want to get to know you, and then the trust is not being built there. Tomorrow, I'm going to be discussing in the trend the Sam Edelman Trust Barometer report, and it talks about there are some of the things why people wouldn't trust you. Or if you're into pitching, then what are the body languages that maybe are happening when you're doing your presentation that's not making it? And Pierre, you did that beautifully, basically saying about the person itself.
But Lord, it's all about passion. When you go to somebody and you share your enthusiasm, it should be communicative. If not, if you're doing a job and if you're raising money because you think you're going to make a lot of money, then you can see that as well. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't do this, because some of the businesses, they are right into this, and some kind of investor, they will say, oh yeah, well, I'm eager to invest because I'm going to get a lot of money back. This is not what I'm looking for. Well, I'm looking for entrepreneurs. I'm looking for passionate people. I'm looking for people that can spend 9 days, trying to change the world and making money. And of course, we need to make money because this is talking about investment business. But when I see, the discussion we have with Mark, when I see, the glimpse in the eyes of the people say, well, it's going to change everything at our local community level. Well, I'm so excited about this. This is a game changer.
It really is. And I saw on the chat that Abu Bakar was saying, come to Nigeria. We have a very large population that will move business swiftly. So if you wanted to come on board, maybe you wanted to talk to Pierre what that project that you have on, because we wanted to get to like and know you, so that in the end, maybe there's some business that's going to happen there. So what's one thing that you would wanted to be able to, I guess, share in terms of if there's one legacy that you wanted to leave in this planet? Because this is all about, I talk about the 3 pillars of sustainability: leadership, partnership, and stewardship. From the stewardship point of view, what is it that you wanted to leave in the planet, Pierre?
My generation fucked the world big time. Sorry, I'm rude. My hope is that the next generation will fix what we've been doing without, reflection. It's really important. I'm committed totally to the blue economy, and I'm one of a few in this generation to try, to fix this global issue. Education, 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 and education. This is key.
I love it. I love it. So maybe your UN SDG mission is quality education.
For sure.
Yeah. Well, thank you again so much for your time, Pierre. For those of you who have questions for Pierre, drop it on the chat, or if you want to join us on the stage here to be spotlighted, this is your chance. This man is very hard to pin down. So thank you again here. Dialing, I think it's late your night in France right now.
No, it's okay. I'm going to stay with you because I want to listen to my friend, from Aquaspark, and also to Israel. Israel is a good friend, and I really love, to see what he is coming to. Okay?
Sounds good. Okay, so if you guys have any questions, drop it on the chat, because Pierre is still gonna be here. So see if you have something to share that you wanted to be spotlighted on, what your project is, maybe we can give you a little bit of a tip on how we can help you with what you're working on right now, because that's my vision for these events. Before we started the project, the program, I texted everybody on the speaker list on our WhatsApp group saying the vision is to be able to give value and the mission is to educate. So I hope that we're giving value so far in the last almost 90 minutes that we've been together. And thank you, Victor. I see that you're here today, one of our supporters here. So drop your questions on the chat for Pierre. Pierre is still here. So we still have 10 minutes that we have allotted for question for Pierre. But if you don't have any more question, we're going to move on. What's next, Stewart? But
Well,
no, that's drop on the chat.
Yeah, I just picking up on some of the items in the chat. I just put that in. I love that leadership, partnership, stewardship, and education. It was such a joy to see Pierre, the real human side of money. Fabulous. And Mark, I know you had your hand up earlier. Yeah, do you have a question for Pierre?
Not so much a question, so thanks for recognizing my little hand up. I'll knock it down in a minute. What I'd like to just restate, especially in the most positive of terms, is what attracted us and many people I work with to BioMarine and Pierre's vision was an overt statement that really resonated in our world, especially coming from initiatives such as the Seaweed Manifesto, UNFAO programs around the Med into the Far East and so forth, was the emphasis on making sure that the opportunity in blue economy, especially for algae aquaculture, algae harvest and biorefining, did land with and could be secured with the indigenous folks. And this is a critical thing because when one goes around the world, especially when we're dealing in the world of wild capture fisheries, which I deal in a lot, we're in a process of decline of access for conservation and global or climate change reasons. And anything that we can bring in that is consistent with community lifeways, that's consistent with the supporting of the local economy, which are invariably artisanal or small diameter, is critically important. And this should resonate with folks that are in North and Central Africa and other places. So what we have met with, and the reason why the National Indigenous Fisheries Institute, when we ran the NAF conference, et cetera, why we embraced BioMarine is that overtly stated ethic and interest. And that for us is everything, because all kinds of folks show up in the Indigenous world with all kinds of things, but it's discerning the right one. It's getting that education component out there. And the other thing is I can't speak enough of, and then I truly will be quiet because I have other commitments, is the visual learning tool that Pierre and his crew, especially Antoine, have developed. What we've found over time in the last 35 or 40 years in Canada is that the visual learners, especially folks in Indigenous communities, this is a critical way to get critical information into a community level, people to discuss it. And for our own little advertising, if people have a chance, look at a website called indigenousoceans.ca. And what you'll see at indigenousoceans.ca is what happens when you take a 250-page technical discussion on marine protected areas derived from the Canadian Department of Fisheries and Oceans and turn it into a single illustration that captures all of it. And this is a really, really important aspect of moving this forward and making sure that the opportunity not just penetrates into local communities, but people at the community level have the capacity to hold it and keep it intergenerationally. Thank you.
Thanks again for being here, Mark. I look forward to seeing you again. And we have a question from Abubakar, mostly.
From Baka, from Nigeria. I'm seeking advice on what field to focus on in my master's, as I'm a graduate of fisheries and aquaculture, enthusiastic about sustainability in the fisheries and in aquaculture. So that's presumably for both for Pierre and Lourdes. Thank you,
Yeah,
Pierre. Yes.
Here, you want to
Yeah.
jump up on that?
Yeah, sure. I think, it's very difficult, to give an advice about, a potential career, but especially in Nigeria, one of the main threat is, plastic pollution. And I think that if you have to specialize and if your master, could give you the opportunity to work on bioremediation or recycling, that would be something very important. Taking into consideration that the oil and gas is very present, in Nigeria, I would recommend that you specialize, on how to turn the tide of the fossil oil that is polluting the ocean, but that is a mandatory step, especially for your country, and turn that into a valuable, asset and say, well, we're going to change that. We're going to turn the oil into protein or something less. And the bioremediation, pollution, environmentals should be a very good way for you to look into.
Great advice. Very great advice. Very timely too. And I like also Mark talked about practicality. These are all very practical focus that you can start with. Then by the time that you finish whatever you're studying, it can go practical application right off the bat.
And as always, thanks for questions because they serve everybody. Umaima has just replied there that it's in a similar, they're in a similar position, and it's been a helpful question. Abubakar, has that been helpful for you?
Yeah, he just chatted on the chat saying, thank you so much. He will look into bioremediation.
Brilliant, brilliant. So do we have any more questions for Pierre while he's here?
I think I'm seeing something. It's not mostly a question, but I think a statement from Umaima. I hope I'm not saying that wrong about your name. He or she is from Morocco, baccalaureate of a master in aquaculture and sustainability, aiming to hear from you any recommendation, appreciating your share. So is there a question somewhere there, Umaima? You can jump on if you wanted to.
Yeah, I think that Morocco is on the edge of developing a very interesting, blue economy. There might be, three directions to look into. Because of the lagunas, there's a potential, to grow seaweed and microalgae. So I would recommend that you look into seaweed as a potential, driver. Red seaweed is at stake, and they could participate, to a real industrialization. And I know that a few companies such as Celt, in Tunisia and in Morocco, they will be hiring a lot of people specializing in seaweed. This is one thing. And also Morocco is very advanced in terms of, I would say, shipping and ports. And they are the next door, for Europe. And they are pretty much often, the hub where you're going to have, to look into repairs and fixing all these big cargoes. So there's, I don't know exactly what is your field of expertise, but behind the aquaculture, there is a connection with the shipping and the offshore industry. And if you want, to do a master in aquaculture, instead of just going, for production, I will try, to investigate on your side the, I would say, the offshore part of the aquaculture or the recycling aquaculture in combination with the potential with Europe, because Europe is developing, but they're looking for places to develop this, and Morocco could be a very good place for you to look into this. So I would say that the technicalities of the aquaculture is one direction, and the recirculated aquaculture is a great potential as well, as we discussed, in Biarritz.
Very good recommendations, Pierre. So maybe I have one more question for you. I know we have 3 more minutes from your slot, but Florence just said thanks for sharing your insight, Pierre. And oh, you're welcome. You're welcome too as well for convening this great conversation. Do you see any differences in terms of geographical location? Let's say, Asia Pacific, EMEA, NASA, in terms of where they can focus on. So maybe that's something that you can.
Each region has a great potential. China is one of the regions we need, to focus on because they have a great potential. They have almost 1 century of expertise in the seaweed industry, but the water quality is really poor. And we need, to help Chinese people and Chinese companies to get, this fixed because this is a very important challenge for all the Middle East and the eastern parts of Asia. And China can be very reactive, and bioremediation, especially using seaweed or microorganism, is one big direction they should look into this. There might be some very good partnership. For Africa, I would say that we're more on the aquaculture and the seaweed deployment. Europe is more on the biotech side, the coastal management. There is a huge demand because you know that the Gulf Stream is shutting down. So there will be climate change that will impact dramatically the coast in Western Europe. And I think that if there's a student listening to this discussion, I would recommend, to get into engineering, coastal protection, or climate, mitigation. And in North America, the potential is so huge. When we're talking about Canada, seaweed will be a game changer. Greenland is opening new frontier. And the region of Asia Pacific, they stand also a great opportunity using the new renewable energies and aquaculture, multi-trophic aquaculture. And of course, we can have lots of engineering to make sure that the first climate refugee, they stay in their area. But we need lots of technology and massive investment to make sure that we don't have a major issue with all these refugees in the coming time.
We have another question here, but we may need to move forward. But Gayatri is asking about the student working on land-based cultivation of seaweeds and like a recommendation to improve their profile to include sustainability studies.
Yeah, land-based, seaweed cultivation is very important, especially in India. But the problem is the land, and there are some very good, experiences, in India cultivating ulva. Ulva is a very valuable product, and India has been mastering, the transformation and the value chain of ulva, especially for bioplastic and for feed and for food. So I think that you're on the right direction. But think about, the scale. It's very important, to see the scale. And if you want to be able, to sell your product, you need to have a big scale. So think about communities, think about, cooperative, because scale is of the essence.
Brilliant. Thank you, Pierre. And thank you so much for your contribution here, the beautiful presentation and these conversations that have been happening here. Perhaps we can share a little bit of love, those of us that are online. Thank you so much, Pierre. And my takeaway from all of that was impact. It really came through in so many ways, and the vision of the people that you invest in, but particularly, the impact that vision creates. So thank you very much for that. And so now it's time to welcome our next speaker, who I see is there ready. Thank you. It's Christian Lensveld, who's from
Aquaspark.
Yeah, sorry, but I'm trying to get your role. So you're the head of new deals, and maybe you'll explain what that means for us. But Aquaspark is a global investment fund looking at optimal aquaculture food systems by investing in those. So all the way along the aquaculture chain. So Christian, over to you.
Thank you so much, Stuart. So let me quickly switch to sharing my screen. There we go. So first of all, thank you so much for having me here today. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. So I'm Christian Lensveld. I'm the head of new deals at Aquaspark, which basically means that I have the amazing job of meeting many entrepreneurs who are working on exciting innovations. I'm looking at many exciting ventures, doing due diligence with the aim to expand our portfolio of companies. And for the next 30 minutes, I'll tell you about why we at Aquaspark believe that there is a large and exciting future opportunity to invest in sustainable aquaculture. First, for a bit of background. Unfortunately, I guess it's not a secret to all of you that the health of our ocean ecosystems are in quite serious trouble. Nearly 30% of fish stocks are classified as overfished. Another 60% are classified as fully exploited. Marine vertebrate populations have declined over 40% in less than a lifetime. In short, the entire oceanic ecosystem is at risk of changing, and the blue food system is becoming increasingly fragile. Future generations might not get to experience oceans as we have them today. This crisis is in stark contrast to the need for healthy and sustainable proteins. The human population is still growing, estimated to be around 10 billion in 2050, from the current 8 billion. So we also need to figure out how to feed an additional 2 billion more people without tipping over our planet ecosystem boundaries. Demand for animal protein is also not slowing down. We have an ever-growing middle class with rising disposable income. This is especially true for Africa and Asia, where it's also not uncommon to find, on average, the very high per capita seafood consumption. Terrestrial animal protein is not a viable solution. They take up a lot of resources in terms of water, energy, and land, and generate high emissions. So we need to find better alternatives. And we at Aquaspark, we believe that aquaculture can be one of them. And if done right, it will contribute to our overarching goal of saving our oceans. And that's why we do what we do. So we believe aquaculture can be part of the solution for a sustainable food system. Aquatic foods are the most popular type of animal protein consumed worldwide. For around 1.5 billion people, almost 20% of their per capita intake of animal protein comes from seafood. Sustainably farmed fish is the world's most planet-friendly animal protein in terms of the feed conversion ratio, so the amount of kilogram feed that's coming in versus the output of a kilo of food, which is anywhere around 1.1 to 1.6 for commonly farmed finfish like salmon and tilapia, versus multiples of that feed conversion ratio for terrestrial animals. On top of this, you have regenerative aquaculture. So, for example, farming bivalves, farming seaweed, which can directly and indirectly also directly benefit our ocean. This types of farming typically requires no fresh water, no feed, nor fertilizer. They go together with farming models that can benefit coastal ecosystems and benefit communities by increasing food security and job opportunities. Overall, aquaculture should be part of a future sustainable food system. However, aquaculture in and of itself still faces various challenges. Current practice must improve. There is still a high reliance on wild-caught inputs. So, for example, fish meal, fish oil, which are used as ingredients in aqua feed, which is fed to the farmed fish. In some regions of the world, antibiotics is still a primary health solution, so used to combat various pathogens or bacteria in the water. And there's still overpollution in concentrated areas where fish are sometimes farmed or stocked. There's a clear need for lighthouse showcases that demonstrate how aquaculture can be done sustainably to show the industry where it can and should go, in a way that respects the environment, animals, and people working in the industry. Innovation in the aquaculture industry needs to be fostered, needs to be supported, both efficiency improvements, which can be transitional, but even more so also bold and transformative initiatives. To make all of this happen, capital is needed to stimulate the industry and spur innovation. And we believe that sustainable production of seafood can actually be both commercially as well as environmentally beneficial. And how we go about that, I'll explain in the next few slides. So this is where we come in as Aquaspark. I'll briefly recap how it all started. Around 10 years ago, Aquaspark was founded by Mike Velings and Amy Novogratz in Utrecht, the Netherlands. They saw the potential to use capital as a lever for systems change across the aquaculture value chain, with the aim to end overfishing practices and be part of the movement to restore ocean health. They saw a couple of giant emerging trends, all leading up to the enormous potential of aquaculture: the growing population, the increasing global demand for animal protein and specifically seafood, underemployment and operational inefficiencies in regions that could support thriving aquaculture businesses, and underinvestment in sustainable aquaculture that can bridge the gap between what fisheries can sustainably provide versus what consumers demand. Since then, Aquaspark has been joined by several like-minded investors in this space. There's a growing number of ambitious innovators in this industry as well, all of whom will believe that aquaculture, in concert with alternative seafood proteins, so for example, cell-based or cultivated seafood, can offer the best answer to meet protein demands while relieving pressure off our oceans and the species that call them home. Investment in this space at large is growing at a fast pace. There are more and more investors seeing the potential of this industry and of the blue ocean, blue food category, which we feel is extremely positive for the industry. We are ourselves at Aquaspark, we went from starting out with a couple of million euros in 2015 to having around 120 million assets under management by the start of 2020, and we're currently close to hitting the 500 million mark. So investors are seeing the opportunity to create efficiencies in aquaculture practices, while at the same time raising the bar in terms of sustainability. If we talk a bit about how we look at the landscape to invest in, first of all, note the three segments on this slide. So first of all, it's good to know that we at Aquaspark, we invest for systems change, and I'll elaborate on that part a bit later. Secondly, we invest across the entire aquaculture value chain. And thirdly, we have a set of 11 impact outcomes where we hope to move the needle. So the majority of our time is spent seeking out outstanding entrepreneurs who are revolutionizing aquaculture, raising the bar in terms of sustainability and innovation, and we also share our vision for a transformed industry. So mission alignment is for us a key part that we always look into for any founder that we pair up with. We invest across the entire value chain with the aim to make the industry as a whole more healthy, affordable, and sustainable. We have roughly categorized or bucketed the value chain in 6 categories. all of which link to the impact outcomes on the right-hand side. So first of all, there's health and genetics, which are technologies that reduce the impact of disease without resorting to antibiotics, that improve animal welfare, and or breeding technologies that can enhance seed quality. Secondly, there's alternative feed ingredients that result in reduced or less dependency on wild-caught fish for fish feed, and could also potentially eliminate the reliance on soy ingredients. There's aquatech, which are any software or hardware technologies that help streamline production, improve practices, and overall, with those efficiencies, ensure that we use less resources to produce the same amount of fish. The fourth category is one that sets us apart from a lot of other funds. It's the fact that we also produce in production locations or pioneering farms. So we invest in actual fish farms, seaweed farms, or other aquaculture production locations, and also in alternative seafood, i.e. cell-based. Bucket 6 is processing and waste valorization. Currently, a lot of fish is still being lost in the processing part. So we're also looking at innovative technologies that either upcycle fish waste streams into value materials, or the other way around, that can upcycle industry waste streams into aquaculture inputs. Lastly, we look also at the downstream, so for consumer products or distribution channels that help meet and drive demand for sustainable aquaculture. On the right-hand side, so over the past few years, we have developed 11 key outcomes, which in our view address some of the key current deficiencies that are still challenging to aquaculture. And for any investment that we do, there has to be a link to at least one, but preferably more, of these impact outcomes. Talking a bit more practically about how we invest. So what's important for us is that the team needs to share our dedication to changing the industry. Of course, we look at the business model, we look at the product market fit, we assess whether in our view there's a commercially viable story, but at the end of the day, we need to be convinced that what we invest in is raising the bar in terms of innovation and sustainability for the industry. We like to meet founders quite early on and track them in their journey. We actually have a dedicated deal flow team who is dedicated to keeping tabs on the innovation happening in the aquaculture industry. We are a long-term partner. We are not specifically looking for any quick exits, and this is also enabled by our fund structure, which I'll talk about in a bit. So that differentiates us slightly from a lot of other traditional venture capital or private equity firms. We are what you would call typical Series A investor, at which point there's already quite some proof of concept for any venture that we invest in, but we can deviate quite a bit. So we also sometimes invest earlier or sometimes at later stage. With a ticket size of normally I would say anywhere between 1 to 5 million. We do always like to be very involved and supportive of any company that we partner with. So we typically lead around, and as part of that, like to have a board seat. However, making investments is only a part of the story. System change is more than just making investments. So first of all, yes, long-term equity capital is needed. Aquaspark has been joined by many co-investors, but there's still the time and there's still more capital needed for also specifically institutional investors to get on board. The pipeline of experienced and also ambitious innovators in this industry is only growing. But in the end, capital is not enough. What we need to do is we also need to broker synergies between industry and startups, and we need to spur industry adoption of sustainable seafood and try to shift consumer mindsets towards more sustainable seafood. Because in the end, if the leaders in the aquaculture industry and seafood buyers don't believe in this transition, then it will not happen as fast as it will need to happen. So some points on what sets us apart a bit. Like I said before, we are a long-term partner. So once we commit, we're in it for the long haul. And that is enabled by the fact that we are, or that we have an open-ended fund structure, which means that we are continuously raising capital and also continuously deploying capital to add exciting companies to our fund, but also to continuously support our existing portfolio companies with follow-on investments. We have no exit pressure as part of this structure. And in around 5 years, the intent is to have an entire portfolio of around 60-ish companies that spans the entire supply chain in aquaculture. In addition to this, we foment synergies and cooperation among our portfolio companies. And we do this in two key ways. One is community building, knowledge sharing, research sharing between portfolio companies and our expert network. The second is also that we specifically ask our portfolio companies to support each other through a formal cooperation agreement. In this way, what we hope to achieve, for example, is that a venture producing sustainable feed ingredients would be able to supply their sustainable feed to a production location which is in need of sustainable feed inputs. Vice versa, that would also mean that this feed company already has some part of interested offtake from our production location. So this type of synergy we hope to foment and also thereby use and demonstrate to show how a sustainable supply chain in aquaculture could work. And lastly, at Axpark, we have a team of dedicated portfolio managers that spend part of the time supporting each of their assigned companies. If I'm to talk a bit about our portfolio, so we have a portfolio spanning the globe. We currently have around 27 companies in total, of which 4 are based on the African continent. These investments are all across the value chain, and we are currently in the process of actually setting up a separate fund for our investments on the African continent, Axpark Africa, which already has a dedicated team. Next, I'll highlight a couple of investments. So let me start off with eFishery. We are very proud to be one of their earliest investors. It's probably one of our biggest success stories in our current portfolio. eFishery is the first aquaculture unicorn, having reached a valuation of $1 billion last year. And the reason behind that is because they are solving a real problem for an enormous market. The vast majority of aquaculture is happening in Asia, which means that also the majority of people working in aquaculture are in Asia. Many of these are smallholder farmers, which is at the core of the customer base that eFishery serves. what eFishery has developed and is doing, they have created a automated feeder, and which is a hardware solution. On top of that, they've built a digital platform which provides efficiency in feeding for the smallholder farmers, as well as access to finance. So this basically allows these types of farmers to first save on feed costs and also access short-term working capital loans to actually procure the feed which they need to feed the shrimp they're farming. All this will result in improved livelihoods. And for us, a company like eFishery is also proof that, well, market standard or comparable returns for investors can go hand with a more sustainable value chain and a decreased aquaculture footprint. Another one I would like to highlight is Enifer, which is a transaction I worked on last year. It's one of our more recent investments. So feed in aquaculture is still a problem because finding sustainable ingredients is crucial. It's the major driver of the industry's resource footprint. But for it to be viable, it also needs to be at a palatable price point at which the feed manufacturers can actually sell it to the farms. So in terms of when we're looking at these types of companies, we need to find suitable alternatives to, for example, fish meal protein, which is one part of the feed formulation. And secondly, there's also soy, often in fish feed formulation, and then specifically, for example, soy protein concentrate, which is already more sustainable than fish meal, but still soy cultivation uses a lot of land, water, energy, etc. So what Enifer actually does is they have a proprietary fungi strain, which they can ferment in big steel tanks. And this particular fungi strain has a very high protein content, with actually also added beneficial nutritional factors, which can potentially replace both fish meal and or soy protein concentrate. Lastly, if I'm about to talk to one of our production locations. So we are working towards this, towards creating this ecosystem, this supply chain. So we also invest in production locations, and Matorka is a farm that we invested in 2016. They farm Arctic char on a land-based farm in Iceland, and their production is fully integrated with the natural ecosystem. They source water from precipitation and snowmelt. They use geothermal energy for 100% of their heating. They have been able to build a fully integrated farm, which is basically fully sustainable and where the fish are fully traceable, so consumers know where the food is coming from and how it was produced. Talking a bit about the ecosystem approach, so these were 3 examples of the portfolio. Currently, we have 27 in total, which we still hope to grow significantly. At a larger scale, we hope to unlock significant synergies and a critical mass to really change the direction of the entire industry. We cannot do this alone, so we rely on our network both of industry partners as well as other support partners like other investors, grant funders, NGOs, experts, to make this happen. We're always looking to connect with like-minded people. So either if you're an entrepreneur, we would love to hear from you. I have the email address of our Dealflow team on the slide. Alternatively, for investors, if anyone wants to partner with us on this journey, always feel free to contact our investor relations team. Thank you so much for having me.
That was amazing. Thank you, Christian. It was so good to see all this. And Stuart, what's your
Yeah,
biggest takeaway from all those? I have some questions for him, but maybe you can say your biggest takeaway first.
well, there were some fabulous things in that. I love that one of the outcomes relates to Africa, and to see that a couple of your projects are in places like Mozambique and Madagascar.
Yeah.
Nations that really could do with a bit of an uplift in their economy and everything else. I was blessed to be in Mozambique for a while and watching subsistence fishermen and the effort that goes into it, often the women and so on. So that was lovely to see. So do we have any questions? I'm sure we do for Christian.
While we're waiting for our audience to have some questions, I have some questions for you, Christian. So tell us about your background. How did you get into the aquaculture finance?
So my career actually has taken a couple of twists and turns. I first studied econometrics, applied mathematics to finance, so a totally different area. I started my career in strategy consulting, so working in a lot of corporate environments. Doing that, I already started to gravitate towards working for companies in the food value chain, and I became intrigued by the challenges around food security and primarily also enabling sustainable production of food. Aquaspark actually already popped up on my radar, I think around 2018, when they invested in Protix, which is a producer of insect protein, also specifically for aqua feed in the aquaculture industry. Before I joined Aquaspark, I first joined another impact investment fund, which had several funds under management, one of which also sustainable agriculture. However, over time, I realized that aquaculture presented such a huge opportunity, both to produce sustainable animal proteins, as well as still being underfinanced. And I was happy to join Aquaspark 2 years ago.
Well, I'm glad you did, and I'm happy that you're here today. So maybe you can share with our audience, because aquaculture is such a dynamic and rapid evolving industry. What are you seeing as key trends and innovations in our sectors that you really believe have promising investment opportunities? I know you had a big slide that came on there, but maybe in a better, more robust way, 5 sentences on what you're looking for.
Yeah, so well, we see exciting opportunities across the entire value chain, of course. I personally, if you take the 6 focus areas that we as Aquaspark focus on, I personally get really excited about new innovations in the health solution space and the solutions for alternative feed. So in terms of innovation in the aquaculture health space, which entails novel and sustainable health solutions to, for example, replace antibiotics, but also decrease mortality risk for farmers and improve animal welfare. What we see here in terms of trends is that improvements in the biotech industry at large, especially precision fermentation, is paving a way to produce novel treatments at a potentially viable cost for aquaculture use. Precision fermentation is basically a way to produce biologically active compounds, which can be peptides, proteins, nanobodies. We see a whole range of them in steel fermentation tanks at scale. And improving health solutions for aquaculture has an enormous, tremendous impact. If we, for example, take shrimp, which have an underdeveloped immunity system compared to, for example, mammal or terrestrial animals. Disease can wipe out entire crops and thereby also destroy livelihoods of small scale farmers. On the input side, so if I talk about alternative feeds, I get excited about it because it's a huge and impactful category. Feed inputs are, well, basically the largest item on the P&L of fish farms. It also accounts for the largest resource footprint of aquaculture. And ingredients like fish meal and fish oil have an enormous burden on the need for wild-caught pelagic fish like anchovies. Replacing these proteins with novel ingredients such as insect, bacterial, fungal, like we are currently also aiming to do with some of our portfolio companies, Protix, Calista, Eniver, and in addition, finding sustainable alternatives for example, omega-3 fatty acids, EPA, DHA. All of this can have a tremendously big impact on the overall resource footprint for aquaculture.
Those are really good things about the trends. And we were talking about riding the wave, right? So you guys have rode the wave of this in the last 10 years. And I said this to Pierre, but I said it again. I think one of the reasons why I love Aquaspark is, again, a lot of people behind the scene founders are really very down to earth. I met Amy, she was on our podcast, and till then we just connected. So I'm so happy that you're here today. So which leads me to my next question, because sustainable and responsible aquaculture practices are really becoming increasingly important. And because Aquaspark is into impact investing, maybe you can elaborate on how positive environmental and societal outcomes you aim to achieve through aquaculture investments, and maybe how do you measure those impact from your portfolio company?
So as I briefly highlighted in my presentation as well, so we have mapped 11 key, what we call impact outcomes. And as part of our investment process, each of our investments has to tick at least one of those impact outcomes. But often we see that they tick multiple of those. So if I take, for example, the two categories I highlighted just now, health solutions and alternative feed. So for health solutions, clearly one is decreasing antibiotic use, but it also indirectly impacts or improves animal welfare. And it also touches on increased production of healthy seafood because fewer resources are wasted on lost harvests. If I take feed as an example, it touches directly on eliminating dependency on wild-caught inputs, which is an impact outcome of ours. But it also improves the overall environmental footprint directly. In terms of measuring impact, we actually publish an annual impact report. And we have a set list of KPIs which link to our impact outcomes. So we have these 11 impact outcomes, and each impact outcome has a couple of KPIs attached to them, which we aim to track year on year. And these, well, run the whole gamut from tons of waste valorized, fish saved via alternative inputs, etc. Lastly, what we always do is, so we typically have a board seat on our portfolio companies, and we also just make sure that impact is a board level agenda topic.
So good. It's really so good. And I did post on the chat the link for your Aqua Impact report there. It's so good.
I know they're currently working on last year's, on our report for 2023. So hopefully that's coming soon.
Sounds good. Sounds good. So with your portfolio companies, I know you mentioned you have 27 portfolio companies. How do they navigate challenges and achieving long-term success in aquaculture industry? I love the way in your presentation you were talking about you're not looking into exit. And I was talking about stewardship. You know, some of the companies in this industry is sometimes family businesses. And when I talk about stewardship, most of the time I talk about you live the legacy now, you don't leave it. And so this is in conjunction with what you were talking about there. there. So take it away.
Yeah, so indeed, we really aim to be a supportive partner throughout the whole journey of our portfolio companies. And we do this in multiple ways. Well, first, and I think most bluntly, is access to finance, either via ourselves, but also connecting our portfolio companies to our network of other investors. And indeed, we actively support in follow-on rounds. And we have the luxury to some extent that we can follow on throughout an entire cycle. And there's a couple of examples in our portfolio where this supportive approach has worked really well. eFishery, which I highlighted earlier, which is our biggest success story, was also one of our earliest investments. So we've been with them, I think, since 2015 or 2016. Another company that we're proud to have been able to support for a long time is, for example, Calista, which was literally one of our first investments, which are now building multiple large-scale facilities to produce proteins for as feed ingredients. So for us, it's really part of our model. Secondly, we have a dedicated team, and we have an internal director of partnerships who is focused on connecting our startups with the industry and brokering partnerships. So that's another way how we really try to create a synergistic portfolio. We actually recently internally launched a community platform for our portfolio companies to make it easier for our portfolio companies to connect on whatever challenges they see or whatever questions they have, and also where we can share our insights with what we see in the markets or share materials that we think can be interesting to them. And lastly, as I highlighted, so each portfolio company gets a board member and a portfolio member, which can help out as a sparring partner.
Sounds great. I know we're out of time, but we have two last questions, Christian. So spare us. I know it's late in the Netherlands today. So one anonymous question was, would you consider investing into a company if one of your portfolio companies is already in that sector?
That is a good one. It depends if there's a direct geographic overlap as well. So, the world is a big place. We have the luxury that we can actually invest globally. If it's a direct competitor in the exact same market in the strictest sense of the word, then it might be challenging. But if they're often what we see is that even if companies are playing in the same field, there are still differences in the customers that they still aim to serve. So I think broadly speaking, yes, we can still do that.
Very good answer too, and very good questions. And it does make a lot of sense. Obviously, you don't want to have two competitors in your portfolio companies when they're in the same geographic location. I see that Abubakar, you have a question. You had your hand raised there. Did you wanted to go and put it on the chat? I wanted to be mindful of Christian's time as well. He's in the Netherlands. You see, it's almost his sleeping time.
It's almost dinner time, but
and if not, okay, so he said it's not a question, but a suggestion to look for possibilities in the area of alternative source of protein for fish feed, because he worked on a calabash seed as an alternative source of protein and fish feed formulation during his undergraduate studies, and these hold a lot of potential to be substituted of soybean or GNC. Meanwhile, this calabash seed is grown abundantly in some part of Nigeria here, while it's being neglected for its protein importance. Locals only make use of the gourd. So that's a statement.
I love that input. It's very interesting. I know that aquaculture in Nigeria does face issues, I think, also with imports of fish feed. So if there are domestic available alternative proteins that could actually work for fish feed, I think that's a very helpful input. I'm definitely going to look that up.
Sounds good. Go and connect with Aquaspark. Stuart, do you wanted to have, I see that there's one more question from Struan there on the chat. Do you want to read that over? As our
Yes,
last-
absolutely. Yeah. So Storna said you mentioned that a differentiator for Aquaspark is the fact that you invest in production-focused companies. Why do you think the venture community has stayed away from this segment of the supply chain? And there's a follow-up question: what do you look for in these type of companies?
Okay, yeah. So to first answer the first part of that question, of course, where venture capital comes from, if you look at, I think the origins of the this part of the capital industry, it is of course focused on the typical like software, highly scalable companies, the Facebooks, the Googles, 2 decades ago. Currently, I think there's more and more the understanding within the capital allocation industry that funds also have to flow to physical industries. So, for example, you already see that happening with a lot of funding coming into biotech, which also requires, which are very capital-intensive industries, but still work on very novel solutions. Farms are typically quite difficult to fund. They require a lot of capital to scale. There's quite a lot of risk involved. There's unfortunately also a lot of ways where farming can go wrong. So for us, it's part of the vision of the fund that we see also needs to be supported. But in terms of risk return, it's a more difficult sector, I think, for a lot of investors to enter into. What we look for in terms of production locations, it depends a bit geographically, to be honest. So first and foremost, the 2 things are sustainable production and mission-aligned investors, mission-aligned founders. In lower income countries, we invest in, well, what I would like to say, best-in-class farms using also traditional production systems. So, for example, we have invested in Chicoa in Mozambique, which is a caged tilapia farm, but they do it as sustainable as possible. If you look at higher income countries, we look at what we call more next generation farming systems. And Matorka, I think there is a good example of what we look for. So it's actually a land-based farm, but fully sustainable, sourcing energy from the ground, and producing a fish which is also less commonly farmed than normal Atlantic salmon.
Thank you so much, Christian. Go grab your dinner. We appreciate that you are here today. I have some more questions. I'm sure that our audience have a lot more questions, but there's always a time to end. And I really appreciate you being on our conference today. I will see you soon again. And thank you so much for your...
Definitely.
Let's give a big applause. I do my applause on Zooms like this.
Thank you so much for inviting me. It was a pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Bye-bye.
much, Christian. I just a message here from Natapong. I love your fish drink community. I just wanted to share that in case you'd missed that in the chat. So brilliant. Thank you so much. So we're moving now to a bit more interactive. You're going to go and have a chance to share what you've learned with people and communicate directly with people in some breakout rooms. So, Laura, you have more information on that, or?
So we have some questions for you while you do the breakout room. So this is not just a conference that you go to. You have a lot of information in your head and sharing, and then you saw when I was sharing the trend, there's always an action step for each trend. So the breakout room is designed so that you can meet other people where they're from, share what your biggest takeaway is from the first session. And I do acknowledge that a lot of you are still here after 2.5 hours. And so we're going to do a breakout room. If you have to go somewhere else, maybe do a pee break, and not wanting to go into the breakout room, let us know, because we're going to divide the room equally among people who are still here. So there will be some speakers that will be in the breakout room in case you wanted to meet them, and or will be here as well. So take it away, team, for breakout rooms. Thank you all. We are coming back. I hope you guys have an exciting networking happening there. It was such a good thing to connect just small.
We didn't want our breakout room to finish. We were just getting started, and it was exciting. Thank you.
So maybe you can share what are some of the things that was shared with you during your breakout room. I think we're gonna go on. What's happening, Stuart? Are we going on a break soon? I think we're going on a break after the breakout room and then 5 minutes pee break.
Yeah, I didn't know whether you wanted to, as you say, to get a few shares from the room as to what was coming out of it. We in the room I was in, we ended up talking a fair bit about AI, as you may imagine, but also Sadiq was in there, and this beautiful blending of the two questions that he asked. One, the comment about these alternative feedstuffs. Using the gourds in Nigeria, but also the aqua regeneration and the potential for those two weaving into each other. So that was really helpful. Who else would like to share something about what they got?
While we're waiting for others, I'd like to share. It was so good to have like Israel, Victor, Anton, and Rob in my room, because Rob is like technically an hour away from me. But we were talking about practical applications of AI to aquaculture. So I was sharing in my group that I've used ChatGPT and Gemini. Gemini is the Google version of ChatGPT, where I have ChatGPT write an application for funding, wherein I was talking about my shellfish. How can it add artificial intelligence or cell-based to be able to make it grow to 5 years versus 10 years for obvious reasons, so I can get my profit sooner, but also cost efficiency if I can have my payback period cut in half. And we also applied for some awards. We are nominated for the Canada Small Business Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And I have ChatGPT write the whole application, wherein a consultant will actually charge you to write this for $1,000. And it's like seamless with AI. So these are just some practical applications that we use it in our operations.
No one else wants to share anything, but I'll share. So Lucas, who was in the group with us, he said he visited Tassal in Tasmania and was amazed by how they were centralizing things and using tech, using AI, using cameras, and using algorithms to manage the feeding. And he's saying, it's fascinating. But there's an interesting point that he made in there that it was almost like many of the human controllers there were not aquaculturists. So it was almost like a video game for them, and we had a brief exploration about how do we keep this human. It's let's coexist alongside AI rather than becoming insular with it.
Yeah. Lindsay was saying that Pierre shared great insights about what's needed to help scale the seaweed industry and roles we could play into to become more streamlined. And I do agree with you, Stuart. I think that's the key, right? Is how to make it more practical so that people can be more experiential with the technology versus it's like something in the ethers that they don't understand. So Kimberly, we saw your message there that you have to jump out of the room for a conflict, but you're excited about scaling the seaweed industry. So yes.
And Lucas kindly shared the link to that organization. So I think it's time now to head into a liquid realignment break, just for 15 minutes to do whatever you need to do in that time frame, and we'll be back at 10:55 Pacific, 18:55 here. So you need to manage your own time zones, but it's 15 minutes.
We will also have the time on your screen. So just go if you wanted to go on off camera, but you will see the time. And by then we will welcome Israel as our next speaker, and then get some coffee, biology break and do some stretching and maybe some dancing. Okay, we'll see you at 10:55. You wanted to share on the chat what your biggest takeaway is from our first 3 sessions, and what's your action step from those trends that we shared. And we will see you here in 17 minutes now.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, welcome back. Hopefully everyone's kept to time. And so, Lord, I don't know if there's anything you want to say to before we start this and introduce Israel, just to welcome people back, or shall I just crack on with that?
You can crack on with that. Welcome, everybody. I hope you had a good break.
Cool. So our next speaker is Israel Pons. And Israel, I just love your CV. It's like, where do you start? There's so much.
Nowhere.
Exactly.
Yeah,
There's so
just
much
Israel Pons from Mexico. That will be enough. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Over to you.
Well, we're not gonna get away with that, because I
Okay,
think there's so much to be said about Israel's background. So you guys and gals should know. I met Israel because I have a mentor named Lee Waltman, who said, I don't normally go to events, and then somebody recommended to me this event called Pitch at the Beach. And it was nothing that I have come to. And so I got so interested. So make the long story short, I became a country partner for Pitch to the World. And we're launching the Pitch in the Sky Canada in June. And so you'll hear more information about that. You'll be able to pitch live to investors in that event. But the way that I really like what Israel is doing is very experiential. And so he's into angel investing. He's obviously invested into some projects, but a lot of it has meaningful change. So that's all I can say, just because I know him personally.
Thank you, Lourdes. And yes, perhaps I don't know if you want to before I jump into it, and I'd like to talk about why this has become a very interesting industry for investors. And I'm talking about individual investors, not so much funds that we know have identified this an opportunity in the last number of years. But probably if you're okay with this, I'd like to give a little bit of a story as to how I became involved in angel investing and my history behind as an entrepreneur, first of all, and then give you a little bit of where we see the future of angel investing, crowdfunding, cross-border, and syndicating on deals, and why we believe that aquaculture could be a very interesting option for investors' portfolio.
One thing I like about this event is it's very conversational. So you see a combination of people with presentations, but there's also some that's just conversational. So this is one of them. So we're just going to have a chat like we're having coffee in a kitchen table here.
It's because, I mean, Lourdes knows how I do the events. And I always say to people, look, it's like you can't come to an event and talk about the same thing that you always talk about, because then, it's not worth it for the audience if they could have found your presentation somewhere before. And I don't want to talk about anything that the majority of people already know with regards to what investors do, because there have been all other great speakers that have spoken about the investment opportunities in the industry, have given a presentation, have given numbers and facts and reasons why. But I'd like to take it as to why angel investors being like, they get motivated by by what is, they become passionate, and by the entrepreneurs, and why they now start looking at this industry as something. So let me just say a little bit about now going in not my CV, but more of a personal storytelling. As you can tell, well, I'm from Mexico. I'm based in Mexico at the moment, and I'm an entrepreneur, first of all. And my first entrepreneurial, let's say, steps that I gave was at the age of 8 years old, when I decided that I needed to make some money for myself, because we didn't have much means at home. Come from a family where we just have our mom as the lead of the 12 children that we were. So money wasn't something that was plenty to find at home. So I had to go out there, and I decided to sell jelly in the street corner. to sort of buy my first toys that I really fancy rather than some hand-me-downs that I was given. Not that I was complaining, but that was my first experience as an entrepreneur. And I think since 8 years old, I was always looking for something to do, whether it was like everybody else, probably in the audience, we all have, as kids, you know, did the newspaper rounds or wash cars for the neighbors, or sold the, you know, the usual picture of selling lemonade outside your front door. Well, I had to do it in Mexico, selling jelly in the streets. Hopefully, and gratefully, when I was a kid, I always I was a good-looking kid, not like I am now, and I was very good at selling to all the female office workers that were nearby. So I always sold out if I had a big smile in the morning, saying hello to the ladies at 8 years old. So that was me also being the technique of marketing and selling with a little bit of flirting that it worked quite well. Eventually, I had the opportunity to migrate to the UK, where I lived for 23 years. And I decided that working for a large company, and I was very, very successful as an executive. I was the first person to join the board that was not a Brit. I was the first person of a different skin color to become a international executive for the company, being on the board. And I was the first person to expand the company internationally. So that was a great achievement with everything that entailed on those years in the UK, when it wasn't. I still had to suffer some of the comments that weren't too welcome. But that gave me more of a challenge to do it. I then decided that that was a bit crazy for me to still be a C-level executive in a company. So I decided to go back as an entrepreneur, throw all the security away, and created my companies. Very successful on creating the concepts that I did in the UK. I did very good money. But also, I learned that my ego got the best of me. And I think that's one of the things that, if anything, that I like to leave with you is that your ego is something that you should always manage on a daily basis, and look at you in the mirror and think, what is it today that I might say or I might think that will be my ego saying it, and not me as a humble person to welcome the universe. So through my ego, I took a couple of wrong decisions, didn't consult my lawyer, didn't consult my accountant, and unfortunately, I went into a bankruptcy. I said unfortunately because I was very successful, and I thought that everything I touched turned into gold. But actually, it wasn't the case. It was just making me the decisions that I thought were the best, but in reality, it wasn't. So I forgot to consult my mentor. I forgot to consult my lawyer. I forgot to consult my accountant, because I thought I could do it all myself. Anyway, so that was a great experience. That bankruptcy in the UK was probably the most wonderful experience that I had, since the government decided that it hadn't been my fault, and that actually 6 months later I was already come out of bankruptcy. But going through the whole process, it showed me what it is like to lose absolutely everything and start from scratch again. And when I decided to start from scratch again, I did have some friends, very close friends, that they told me they were angel investors. And that was something that I thought, well, I never heard of this before. When I started my own businesses, I went to the bank, and the bank asked me for my house, for my car, for my wife, and for my children as a guarantee in case I wouldn't pay them back the money. So I didn't know there were people that believe in entrepreneurs and the crazy dreams, and that they were willing to risk money as well as helping them to make their dreams a reality. So that was my first encounter with angel investors. And I thought to myself, once I come out of this and I did my next business with them, I would like to become an angel investor or help create angel networks in Latin America, specifically starting in Mexico. So I did quite well in that other business. It had to do something with tequila as well. So it was an export-import business that the angel investors invested with me in. And it was quite good. Eventually, when I come back to Mexico and use it as a base, I decided to create what was then the second angel network in Mexico. And I decided to go around the country evangelizing business people, men and women, successful, that were prepared to put some of their money into crazy entrepreneurs that were willing to change the world, but also to help them with mentorship, coaching, and opening doors, which is very important. And that's how I became involved with angel investment. And through that, I also created the first social impact crowdfunding platform in Mexico, supported by the Inter-American Development Bank, in order to look at projects that qualified as sustainable and socially impactful in areas where normally traditional money or banks wouldn't be able to access. So I will stop there for now, and I'll be quite welcome to Lourdes to fire some of the questions and start getting into the nitty-gritty as to why now this could be a great area for angel networks to become more involved in, which is aquaculture.
Well, thank you for that background. It's always good to see where people come from. And as you know, a lot of learnings and experience is great when you come from down, because there can only be one way, and that's to go up. So they say that most people learn from failures instead of successes, because then you're wiser, better, I guess. And just a little bit of background too. So I met Israel through my mentor, and then I met Pierre through Israel, and I met Mark through Pierre. So there's this thing going on around here in terms of networking, as you can see. But I'd like to move on now to some of the questions I wanted to ask you, especially in the investment opportunities side, because you've really chosen to have projects that has meaningful impact and that will bring about change. So maybe from personal experiences or beliefs that guide this decision, how do you envision your contribution shaping the future?
Yeah, that's a great question. One of the main purposes of what I do now, because especially with technology nowadays, you can go onto any website you like that has to do with investments, and we all seen the angel list of these worlds, the platforms where you can join and basically become an investor. And I say that's as exciting as it is to actually invest money in the stock exchange and then just wait and sit back and see what's going to happen with your dollar. And that might be going up or that might be coming down. And if you don't really have an input, you might say, look, I got a portfolio of, I put so much money in so many companies. I also put money in Bitcoin. And you really have absolutely nothing to do with the way it moves or it performs. And I think the way that now we are looking at the investments is that they're becoming meaningful. Meaningful means you're not just supporting a cause. And crowdfunding started with an opportunity to giving back to people through these projects being able to utilize technology to go out there, get a lot of other people to know about it, and then through that, get a little bit of money to keep going with their project. What we have evolved to now is where actually the crowd, and in this case, angel investors, have an opportunity to really impact on the projects that they can invest in. So I would say that if anybody has an opportunity to put some amount of money, and let me just tell you this very quickly, this is a fact around the world. Most of the angel investors, doesn't matter whether you're in Canada, with NACO, which is the National Association of Capital and Angel Investors in Canada, or ACA in the US, or European Business Angel Network in Europe, or Scala in Latin America, or ABAN, which is the African Business Angel Network. The average ticket of an angel investor is between $5,000 and $10,000. And when you think about this, you think, whoa, hang on a minute, I thought angel investors were millionaires and they had loads of money. On the contrary, they actually are successful people through their failures who now are willing to support the next generation of entrepreneurs. And they calculate to invest 10% of their wealth. So it's a calculated risk in a very high risk industry, which is angel investment. But what it actually drives people to invest is the willingness of giving back and getting excited whilst you're investing in an industry that you know very little of. So becoming an angel investor or being part of one of these platforms where you can support a company that you can get yourself involved as mentor, as opening doors, your network, it becomes a sense of belonging. And something that we as human beings are losing through technology and social media is that sense of belonging to something. In this case, you as an angel investor have, through small amounts of money, an opportunity to have that sense of belonging and have an impact into a social project, a sustainability project, or just a pure high-tech project. And that's what I say to people when they ask me, why do you do these events, and why do you put people together in a room, and why do you want to bring more investors? Is because we are, as humans, or natures to become a community. And the more we utilize social media in the wrong way, the less we become ourselves. So angel investor is somebody who wants not just to give you their money, but also to help you. And that helping somebody is actually helping yourself. It's giving you a lot of satisfaction by giving your expertise to somebody else who will take better decisions just because you were able to impact that project and that entrepreneur. Now, coming back a little bit to the numbers that I gave you before, and you say, well, so how come one angel investor investing $5,000 or $10,000 will have the capability or capacity to be able to invest in a project of mine where I need $300,000, $500,000 or maybe a little bit more? Well, the new trend now that we are looking at, and this is we're doing, I'm also a board member of GBAN, which is the Global Business Angel Network. We have more than 82 countries members of, and we have angel networks in all these countries. What are we looking now, which is a trend, is we are syndicating deals between angel networks. So that means that an angel network in Mexico can co-invest with an angel network in Europe. And if an angel network, just do the numbers, if an angel network in Mexico has 20 investors, they're syndicating a deal, and they're investing around $10,000 each, so we're talking about $200,000. If the one in Europe is about the same, then we're talking about $400,000 ticket. Now, you might say, well, I don't want to have 40 shareholders on my cap table. That's quite right. But what is happening now also as a trend is that it's one entity, one SPV, a special purpose vehicle that is being used to have under that umbrella all the angel investors and their interests protected. And then you as a company or as a project have only one entity that's investing in you, and that shareholding goes to one entity. So I'm very excited to share with you, and this is where the trend is going with angel investing. We now have, through technology and through these cross-border deals, the opportunity not only to tap to some of this money that's coming through, but to the knowledge and the network of now imagine having 40 people ready to help you in your project. So that's what is happening in the world of angel investing and syndicating.
That's actually a really good visual. Thank you for saying that and sharing that structure, because Israel, in a way, that's the community side of dematerialized finance, really in its essence. It's the community building in one structure, wherein you're not limited to just 10 people. You can be crowdsourcing for 100 investments, but putting together their resources so that they can help projects, which leads me to my next question, because you obviously have to evaluate some of the potential projects. So maybe you can share with our audience some criteria that you guys use to prioritize that obviously has to align with your mission of fostering positive change, and maybe an example on what a project that epitomizes these values and the impact that it has had with your community.
Yeah, of course. But one of the most important things I always say to entrepreneurs is like, try and think as an investor, right? And the reason why you need to think as an investor is because you will be writing your personal check. So when you are going to write your check, then actually you think, okay, I check the numbers and they seem to be okay. I check the industry and it seems to go okay. I check the technology and it seems to be innovative enough. So all these are ticks, but actually, I'm going to spend the next 5 to 7 years talking to this person that I'm investing in, and is that person okay for me? You know, and we have heard this before, that we invest in people, and that's nothing more truer than when you are an angel investor, because you got no previous facts. The majority of the projects are not older than 3 years. Some of them are just 1 year older. Some of them still haven't got a structure for corporate governance or to make decisions, because sometimes you just want them to be speedy on their feet to be able to react to the market. Some of them is still developing the technology and seeing what else is new. So 80% of the projects that we have looked at last year, and I mean not 2023, 2022, have changed since they have integrated AI into their model. So what we have invested in what we thought was a technology already set and ready to go, now has been revolutionized, for good or for bad, integrating AI into the model. So that has given us a really challenge to see how we are investing and what is happening with the technology. So coming back to it is, if I'm investing in this person and in this entrepreneur, are they able enough and quick enough to change their ways according to the technology and the industry and how it's going to be changing? That's why you invest in the startups, because they need to be quick thinking and they need to be able to change rapidly. Because sometimes the pain will move. And if you don't have an entrepreneur that leads that is able to lead the team to change, then you have a problem, because then you have, as an investor, you have to drive the change. And it's more difficult to impose, which is what we said. We cannot impose ourselves onto the entrepreneurs, but we can only advise and mentor. The decisions are with entrepreneurs. And this is where the ego comes back, right? If the entrepreneur is not willing to change, it's not because they're not adaptable, it's because their ego is telling them, do not listen to anybody. So how do we make the decision to invest? It's probably quite clear now. We have to have chemistry with the entrepreneur. We have to like the person. What's the point of investing in people that you don't like? Why go and sit down in a room for an hour to listen to numbers if you think, actually, I don't like this person? What am I doing with them? So why are you giving them your money, right? Number two, somebody who can actually is capable of communicating bad news. Because if there is no news, then it is bad news. Not communicating to your investors is one of probably of the worst things that you could ever do, because that means that the investor doesn't know that there might be a storm brewing. And by the time the storms acts, it's probably too late to help. So we have had examples, and I'm going to share with you one of them, where we had a company, a startup that we invested in, and it was going fantastically well. It was getting great contracts. In 2 years. It grew from operating in Mexico to 5 different countries in Latin America. It had big companies buying their services, but then something happened. And normally, this is another factor that you have to take into account. Who are your co-founders? And are they for the long run? One of the co-founders fell in love. And one of the co-founders decided to move to Canada, right? It could be any country, because the girlfriend wanted to move there. So the team, the 3 co-founders became 2 founders. That was a risk. We didn't know that one of the co-founders had actually left the company and made an agreement with the other 2 co-founders to then buy the shares back. The company, the startup, going into trouble because the person that left was the marketing person. It was the founder that was very good at selling. So they lost their selling proposal and team. And what actually happened is that although they grew the company, they didn't have enough sales to then sustain it. We didn't know anything about this. We then get a phone call and we get told, we're going to money, we have to pay the wages, the salaries next month. We already owe a couple of months of salaries, and we think we're going to have to close the startup. you can imagine what happened to the investors. So all of us quickly called into an extraordinary board meeting, went into the startup, spent 5 hours locked up with the two founders. We managed to convince some of the investors to put a little bit of extra money, and then to save the company. We cut back everything. We let a lot of people go. But eventually these two founders managed to do it. So we have 3 things here that happened. And although we invested in the right people, when we lost one of them and we didn't know, we weren't told. So no news is bad news. We weren't told that there was no cash flow left. No news is bad news. And then by the time we arrived and we tried to save the company, we found out that actually we were in a worse case than we thought, because not only we needed to put money in, but also to bring people to then create the sales that the startup needed to do. I can say gladly that the 2 founders that were left behind did an amazing job, and they turned the company around, and now it's a great success. But remember, if you don't have the communication with the entrepreneur, and that's why you invest in the entrepreneur, and it's the #1 factor, then things like this can happen. And it can happen at the startup level, or it can happen at the SME level. When you have a CEO or a founder that doesn't communicate and is not willing to accept that sometimes things do go wrong and they need to ask for help, that's when no cash in the world will be able to save that company.
Very, very good stories, Israel. And it's fascinating that you just had a spin on no news is bad news. Usually it's the opposite, right? No news is good news. So these are really good case studies for our startups, or maybe it's actually even applicable for scale-up companies, because communication is the #1 thing that investors really look for. In fact, that's the main reason probably they're investing in you, is because you were able to communicate your vision and your mission to the investors. And so they are attracted to what you had to say. And so you got that right at the beginning. So continue on. The relationship goes on. It's like a marriage. I was talking about dating with Pierre a while ago this morning. So this is now marriage, when people put money into the table. And because they have to protect that, as you mentioned, this is not like a big fund, but a lot of people are involved, especially if they believe in what you're trying to accomplish with your enterprise. Which leads me to my next question, because when you're investing in certain projects that has a social or environmental mission, you mentioned some of the challenges already, wherein there's lack of communication, there may be uncertainty, and you mentioned about somebody moving as one of the co-founders. Maybe you can talk about another challenging investment that you guys did and how you navigated those challenges, and the rewards too, because there's financial and societal rewards that followed after that. Can you share that with us?
Yeah, sure. Let's go into what brings us together here is the industry of aquaculture, of which we as angel investors, the great majority, are complete ignorance in, right? So, but also it's like we always say, well, where is the blue ocean? Where is this great opportunity that you can go into? And we now recognize that aquaculture can be a great opportunity. There is a lot of technology that you get opportunities to invest in, and some of them become very, it's very normal that you get those deals come to your table. So fintech, right? We probably get about 50 decks per week of startups that are involved in fintech. Everybody wants to solve the problem that there is with access to finance. And I always say to people, if what you are giving is access to finance, you're actually giving access to debt. And if people become indebted, then we're only using technology to be quicker to make people fall in debt. So let's remember, when the microfinance industry, which wasn't necessarily the great response or solution to poverty in the world, even though some of these microfinance companies operated well in some emerging economies, the great majority were actually making people fall into debt at rates of 120% per year. And even in mature markets, we do find these companies that lend money at rates of 30, 40, 50% per year. That is actually the fintech industry. And 80% of the startups that we see have that solution. How can we lend money to people quicker and easier and with less rules? So what do you have to do as an investor? You have to look into other industries and where will be other trends that through technology in that industry could become quite interesting on the returns that you will eventually get. This is something that I think is a great opportunity for aquaculture and for us investors or angel networks around the world. Let's get more involved. I used to talk to Pierre this last year during COVID. How can we get more individual investors, not just big funds that are looking for the big opportunities and for startups that have the whole setup, but actually create more innovation in the industry through these startups that can create these solutions through technology, in this case, let's say AI, and then they become quite attractive for the angel investors. Why could that be a possibility in this industry? Because the number one priority for an angel investor is diversifying their portfolio. So the risk, if I'm only invested in fintech, there are only so many opportunities. If I invest in all of them, it's likely that my portfolio will go down in value. So I need to diversify. I don't know anything about aquaculture, but I probably know of somebody in an angel network that knows aquaculture a little bit better than me, and then I can go into deal. And I think now angel investors are moving. We're not just looking for technology, we're looking at how technology can be implemented in this industry, and also not only giving back, but we have the very next objective to make us feel better as human beings, because we do need to feel that we're doing something for our planet, which is sustainability. And in the events that I do, that is a big part of the conference. How do we find sustainability in everything that we do as human beings? If we become better human beings through sustainability, through social impact, and through appreciation of art and culture, then we can take better decisions as investors and as entrepreneurs. So that's very, very important as part of how do we take decisions from now on, is go back to our roots of caring about our planet, caring about the social impact, and caring about things that make us better human beings. And on the other side, the second part of your question, how do we find the successes and where are the successes now? I think that we get addicted to success, and that's a good thing. And angel investors tend to do that a lot. And that means that we don't necessarily want to come out with the deals. We want to stay for the long run. Because finding that success after success after success, when we are achieving these objectives of the startups, and we see how they're growing, we see the entrepreneur growing as the startup is growing, we see how it's expanding in the market, we see how the technology is getting implemented on the startup, and you see this baby that you invested in now transforming into something else that is solving a problem out there. You don't really want to get out of you don't want to get off at the next stop. You just want to stay. But I always say to people, if you have an opportunity for an exit as an investor, you should take it, because that's part of your success. It doesn't matter what the multiple is, if it's 1.5, if it's 2. We always say that you should look for a 10x. Yes, that's the objective. But if you have a possibility of getting an exit at an early stage, you should do it so you can go through the experience of what it's like to come out of an investment with a multiple of, and then you'll be able to talk about it and guide all the new angel investors onto how to do it. Where do we see the future opportunities? And I think it's going to be in all these new industries where technology can be implemented. Aquaculture is one of them, definitely. I can see that we're going to need to do a lot of work, Lourdes, you and I, bringing more angel investors in to see where the opportunities are going to be within this industry.
That's amazing, Cher. Thank you so much, Israel. So We have 1 minute and we're going to be open for questions from everybody. So drop on the chat. But I can already see that I think David has a question. So angel investors are possibly more invested in aquaculture because it resonates with them and their research draws them in. Commercial investors are focused purely on the numbers of the project. Their criteria are also onerous, especially for small businesses. How do emerging aquaculture enterprises access funding in these environments? You answered a little bit of that, so maybe you can expand some more.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, nowadays, this is what is happening with angel investing is the world is coming smaller. So now all the angel, if you drop me a line and you say what part of the country you're in, what part of the world, is more than likely that we'll have 2 or 3 angel networks nearby that will be willing to listen to you. But the most important thing is also something that I talked about at the beginning, is now we're looking at syndicating deals cross-border. That means that, for example, Axel, which is an angel network in Georgia, that's the country, not the state in the US, is willing to co-invest with us in a project with an angel network in Mexico, in a project that is based in Chile. That is what is happening in a northern region of Chile. Why is that important, that fact? Because now, even in the regions within the countries, the startups can find and resonate with angel networks globally. How? Through platforms like this. All you need to do is be able to pitch very well online, practice, have a good project, be a nice person when you present, and also be humble. And you're building your dream, so you know what you are doing. But being able to connect with angel networks now is easier than before COVID, and that's one of the inheritance that we have from COVID. Everybody started pitching online, and now you can pitch to angel investors all around the world through platforms that generate trust. So you got to go with the associations of angel investors from each country as well, in order to have that contact and being able to say, look, this is a good startup. You have to listen to them, and let's see how it goes. But I'm more than happy to connect with angel networks.
Sounds great. And so you guys were also doing an event with Pitch in the Sky here in Vancouver Island in June, last week of June. I'll give you more information as the date grows closer. But we will have people pitch in person to investors. So it's called Pitch in the Sky Canada that we're launching here in Mount Washington, here in Vancouver Island. So you're all welcome to come and pitch your project. But for now, do you have any more questions for Israel? And while we're waiting for that, maybe one of the questions I will have for you is if there's like a difference and big disparity between logical numbers versus just really liking the person, the team, and the vision, how do you get to decide which one will you gonna go through? It doesn't make sense, but authentically and gut feel this is a good project, even though the numbers doesn't add up. How do you navigate that?
Yeah, that's a difficult one, because if the decision was yours, you probably say yes to all of them that you like. Yeah, it's like yes, this, yes, and so, and then you'll end up in a mess. And as I said, it's a big factor that you like the person and the vision of the entrepreneur and the passion and what it has to have. But most of the entrepreneurs have that. So you also have to differentiate who are you willing to support. And that will be the numbers in the industry. Yes, you do need to have some knowledge of that. And before any angel investor takes a decision, they always go back and double check the numbers. And they ask, normally any good angel network will have access to an expert in that industry that can guide and give some of the facts that you need in order to say, it's going to make sense. So if it was anything in aquaculture that came to me, or anything to do with investing in the blue economy, there are 2 people that will call us straight away. One of them is Lourdes, and the other one is Pierre. I'll say, look, this opportunity, what do you think of it? I won't even say they're asking for this amount of money or anything, because I'm not trying to sell. I'm just going to say, look, have a look at that. Give me your opinion. So as one thing. On the other, look, the numbers of any startup the reason why you ask for the numbers and the projections is just to see how much detail the entrepreneur can go into and how well they know their business in the numbers. It's not necessarily that the projection is going to become a reality. 99% of the time it doesn't, and we can accept that. The fact is, okay, this person will be able to identify when the numbers go wrong. Will this person be able to identify that the percentage of gross profit is not the right one, that is spending the amount of money in that technology, although it's amazing technology, on the actual numbers, it doesn't make any sense and actually doesn't complete any sales quicker than before. It doesn't allow us to go to the market quicker than before. It doesn't allow us to make sure that our customers pay quicker than before. Then why are we using AI? Just for the fancy name and maybe just get a better valuation on notebooks? Well, let's throw that away and let's use a proper platform for that if it has to be a CRM rather than something fancy that came out with AI. Those are the things that investors and want. A lot of the conversations behind closed doors on angel networks, that's what they talk about. They don't talk about anymore about the entrepreneur division. They just talk about facts, figures, what will happen if. So you create scenarios. What will happen if the technology is not relevant anymore? What will happen in the market if the bigger player comes on board? How are we going to help it? Because if we go in, we're going to have to react to that. So you've got to put the catastrophic scenarios and then decide that being able to cope with that catastrophe is appetizing enough to go into the deal because everything else looks okay.
Great points. Very great points. I was in an event a month ago, I think, and one of the things that we did was very experiential because the given was, what if something and everything was taken away from you? Let's just say everything is taken away from us as entrepreneurs, or as if you're working for somebody and you have an entrepreneur mindset, we call it intrapreneur. And if you're working for somebody else, whether you have a business or you're just starting up, if everything is taken away from you, what are you going to do first? So that was the first scenario in the case study. And then we were divided into groups and what we were going to do if everything was taken away from us. And then the next step was, after everything is taken away from us, okay, this is what we're going to do. How can we generate 1 million in 1 year, 10 million in 5 years, 100 million in 10 years? But the caveat is, after we presented all our cases, it was, let's just say, for example, on the first year, another president was elected and it affected the industry that you pick in that group that you were in. And obviously war can happen. Devaluation of money can happen. And we were thrown these kinks right after we just decided we were going to go in one industry. And it's fascinating because I was talking a while ago in the trends about the other capital that's not being talked about much was the social capital, because that's where everybody started. If somebody has to start from scratch with zero, nothing, it will be who you know, not what you know. And in this year, I was talking about synergies and technology at the same time. It has to be both high tech and high touch, because you mentioned a while ago, just with the fancy name of AI is not going to cut it. And so it's very important, the 5 fundamentals that everybody has to think about in this new society, new world that we're in. You need to have big impact, which is what most of your projects in angel investing is. You need to be able to have your high income and high touch, high tech, and obviously you need to be able to know that the vision that you're creating will have lasting change. So I'm kind of blabbering here a little bit. So is there some more questions from the audience? I'm not seeing any more questions. Maybe I do appreciate that you guys stayed. I know in Asia it's already 3 o'clock in the morning, and Stuart, I know it's late for you as well in the UK. So maybe they're all sleeping and thinking about what they can implement from everything that they've learned around today. So my biggest takeaway. Oh yeah, good. Stuart.
So Israel, fantastic, by the way. I'm just going to post what I've been in the chat, what I've been holding on to. But I love the humanity of all of this. And I've been a long-term supporter of microfinance. And I heard what you mentioned about microfinance. Is there a way of doing that effectively and, you know, congruently and sustainably, I guess?
So I was lucky enough, Stuart, to work with alongside a microfinance company in Bangladesh, Asha. as the largest microfinance company by number of people they have touched in the world. And one of the things that they decided to do, precisely because of this bad history of microfinance, and you probably heard of the cases that happened in India, where people, under so much pressure from people that came to ask them to pay, that they even took their own lives, unfortunately. This company, what I really like about them is that everybody knew everybody. So they all were part of the community, and even the people that had to go and ask for the payments were also members of the community. They were not allowed to criticize this close amount of money, and to always support. And they follow more of a human vision, and no one was incentivized. So like 99% of all the other companies that I did the study with, which was in India, was in Mexico with the largest microfinance. I'm not going to mention names of what they were doing. But normally, Stuart, you probably agree with me that the incentives in the companies are for the people who allocate the loans, rather than for the quality of the portfolio that you choose. So that, what does that mean, portfolio, in other words, to everybody? Is that, so the microfinance company identifies people who will go and knock on people's doors and offer the loans and push the loans and ask people to get the loans. And even if they already have 2 loans with all the microfinance companies, they're still pushing them. Why? Because these people get paid a commission on how much money they put out there, on how many new clients that they bring. That brings a conflict in itself, because then you're not looking after the quality and the capacity and the reasons why that person will accept the money or what they needed, which it then becomes unpayable because they took the money just because it was there, not because it was a real necessity. So they changed the model in Bangladesh, and actually they went on to, they qualified all the incentives onto the quality of the money that was allocated. So what does that mean? Is however the person that you gave the loan for, let's say you gave them $50 loan, how well they behave and how well they were paying. And 99% of these people in Bangladesh were paying because their people was being nice to them. The person that allocated them the money was being nice to them, and it wasn't asking them to pay on time. It was asking them, how is your family? How are you? How is your business? Is there anything that I can help you with as your neighbor? Because they were part of the local community. So with the integration socially and falling behind, it wasn't an issue. If you didn't pay 1 week or 2 weeks, nobody was knocking on your door at 8 o'clock at night on a Sunday night, making you feel bad and you not being able to sleep for the rest of the night. So the human touch of this company in Bangladesh was exemplary around the world. And there's now even a book being written about it, of how microfinance could actually work on communities like that. So unfortunately, like as I said, a lot of other microfinance companies, they're all based about money allocation and interest rate, which are horrendous. But that's one of my experiences on microfinance.
Thank you for that, because I love what you were saying there about the syndication, and that the average angel investment may only be $5,000 to $10,000, so it makes it more available to others. But I was thinking also of people wishing to lend even smaller amounts, how to make that impact sustainably. So thank you so much for that answer. That was really insightful.
You just mentioned one point very, very important that I just wanted to be clear to people as well. We're all being enticed now through different platforms in fintech that, you can put money with us, you can be a small investor, give us $3,000, and then they go and loan it to somebody, right? So they pull money from you and me, anybody who's in the audience, and they offer you great returns, and they start paying you monthly, and you say, oh, fantastic, it's giving me a return. That's your ego talking, and that's you as individual. But check who are you putting your money in, check how much they lend and what rates they lend at. And if you wouldn't take that loan, then don't put your money there. Don't feed into what I call now the technology loan sharks of this world. Don't put your money where you wouldn't take the money of somebody under those circumstances, because you, and I'm going to tell it like it is, you will actually help to ruin people's lives. It's just one way of doing it. Finance is very difficult. And then just on the other side, to start very quickly, the angel investment and how the decisions get taken now, and this indicating is precisely to being able to get to more startups, because we know access to proper finance, which is equity finance, is no loan, coming with, we call it the smart money, right? It's always been said, is access to markets, being able to help your startup to grow internationally. Nowadays, it's very easy to become an export, import, and service providers. And it's exactly when you have a product like what you have, something tangible in aquaculture, angel investors syndicating internationally can open you markets globally. Where your product is better appreciated, like Lourdes has mentioned, is that what happens if the exchange rate you suffer? How do you diversify? By opening more markets, And now logistics are better access than ever before. We can get to the other side of the world in shorter time. What do we need? Integrate technology. What is preferable? But angel investors can also help you open doors internationally.
That's brilliant. Thank you. And there's a question there from Daniela, which is, what is your suggestion on presenting to angel investors deep biotech startups?
Give us fun facts. Give us something that we can smile at, understand, even though we might still be ignorant in the industry. And that's probably why you're asking in the biotech. Tell us, what's it going to resolve? How many lives is it going to save? That technology, is it going to be something that is going to revolutionize? Because I want to be part of it, but teach me as the project as if I was in primary school, if I was learning something new. Make it fun. Angel investors, 90% of the time, we look bored. Because we don't understand, not because we don't want to invest, it's because we actually don't understand. So we'd rather don't ask a question and look stupid. I know we've been doing it for a number of years and we shouldn't act like that, but that's human nature. You don't want to be the first idiot that puts a hand up and says, oh, I didn't understand that. Especially we feel threatened by people who are very clever, and scientists and engineers and everything. So tell us like if we were your grandmother or we were your child, and explain it to us and make it fun. Make it sound sexy. Make it sound, this is, I still don't understand, but I want to know more. And I want to go into it, and I want to convince the other people around me, because I don't want to miss out, because this might be something amazing. And thank you for that question, because my youngest daughter is about to go to university, and she wants to study biomedical engineering. So that's I still don't understand anything that she says to me, but it certainly sounds very clever.
Thank you so much for that. I've seen Lourdes smiling and putting emojis, laughter emojis up in the background there. Brilliant. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Israel. And thank you so much for being a partner. And now you know more about aquaculture just by being here today. And we know a lot more about angel investing because of you being here today. Well, folks, that's the end of day one. You know that you can put on the chat, what's your biggest takeaway from day one today? We still have 12 minutes. So I know some of you are late somewhere, but we're going to be staying here until noon. If those of you who wanted to do strategic synergies, I can go through what the strategic alliance map look like. But if you don't have any more questions, put on the chat what your biggest takeaway is from today's session, and what's one action step that you are going to implement so that it, what they say, knowledge is power, but knowledge without implementation is a dream. So let's go have something completed from what you've learned today. And with that, I would like to thank all of the speakers. Obviously, thank you so much, Stuart, for being here, my team who's on the background, and all of you who stayed here and engaged with us today. We will see you tomorrow for Trends 6 to 10, and we have fascinating speakers tomorrow from venture capitalists for a speaker, and we will have someone who is an impact investor and somebody who has a lot of social capital and somebody who run a $60 million budget on a stakeholder from the university here in Canada that you learn from focusing on sustainability. So with that, I would like to thank you all for being here today. Share with us your biggest takeaway on the chat and what's one action step that you're going to implement starting right after you probably sleep if you're on the other side of the world. And we will see you tomorrow. And thank you very much. And with that, I go like this. I do clap for all of for all of our speakers and all our audience. We'll be here for 10 more minutes. But if you're ready to go, I will see you tomorrow.
And a huge thank you again to all the speakers. What I loved about that was the humanity. But as Israel was sharing there, it's about creating more sustainable human beings. And even when we talk about AI and some of these other aspects, what are we going to teach AI about being human, about humanity and the best bits of humanity? So that was just wanted to say a personal thank you as well.
Yes, so it's interesting because I think, like what I mentioned, with the mention of AI, everybody thinks that everything will go away. But I think that's one thing we need to remember about technology is this is a very new technology. It's like a child. We actually need to train it. And one thing that it doesn't have, that humans have, is experience. And all of the stories that we shared today, AI doesn't have that right now. And so it's going to be a co-piloting. And it's not one or the other. It's going to be like a co-pilot because we will have another brain. I don't know. I'm going to share tomorrow. AI has 155 IQ. It's almost like if you are given one extra brain today, what will you be doing? Obviously, I probably won't be going to work. I'll probably go somewhere else, have fun while my AI is doing some work. And then I just go check back. What he did is what she did. Is it correct? What it did, is it correct? Stacy said she will lay on the beach. And then takeaway one from Daniela, B-side and the trends in the angel investor sector. What's the B-side? What did I miss? Daniela is one of our guests from our podcast before with Acquit, with a biotechnology company.
Yeah, she could open her microphone and tell us.
Yeah, what is B-side?
Hi, thank you. How are you? Just the type of questions they make themselves, they wonder, about the catastrophes and the challenges and those things that we are not quite aware of them, or most species don't tell us to us, just
right. Got it. Yeah. So for those of you who stayed, thank you. There's still 18 of you. I'm so honored that you stayed.
There's a beautiful action step there from Tammy as well, which is to participate in ocean cleanup and encourage less fishing from the ocean with an increase in aquaculture. So bravo, Tammy, for being the first to actually to commit to something, to an action. Brilliant.
Yeah, and it's also not one way or another. It's not just fisheries. It's not just aquaculture. It's a partnership, synergy between the two industries. Because I think, there's still a lot of people who's not ready to go aquaculture. And there's a lot of aquaculture people who despise fisheries. But it's a partnership for the goals, UN SDG number 17. And as I mentioned, we need a roadmap to be able to have something that we can do together. So if those of you who are interested, I mentioned a while ago about the strategic alliance map, because my focus this year, going from 1.0 to 5.0, is that adding more education, but not also that. Education is great, but we also have to implement it. And so for those of you who are interested on how we're going to do this, and I mentioned about mergers and acquisition, partnerships, and organic growth, where our company right now is really focusing mostly on M&A and partnership. I'm a partner with Genius U. I'm a partner with Pitch to the World. So there's a lot of partnerships I had, but I'm also focusing my energy as well with all this education side on how I can help more small to medium enterprises. And because we were one, so it was tough for us to really pitch our project because we were a 10-year startup. I don't know how long is your startup, but it took us 10 years to actually to be able to harvest the animals that we were harvesting. And it was tough. I wish I knew what I know now, because I would have been better if I had the right partnerships in place at that time. So I would like to share with you a little bit of what we're doing here, which I called the SAM, which is a play on words, because we have SAM before as a Sustainable Aquaculture Mastermind that we launched last September. So now we're launching the Strategic Alliance Roadmap, and it's a 30-day program. It's really 90 instead of 30, but we're going to be working together every day for one action. And it's not how many minutes, it's going to be what are we doing that day. So we're going to be introducing strategic alliance, identifying potential allies, art of networking, how are we going to have to do all of this, leveraging social platforms and the connection that each one of us had, obviously contacting potential partners, evaluating partnership opportunities, building trust in alliances, structuring the alliance. And so you can go and read what we're going to do in the next 30 days. So this starts in April on what that's going to be. And then we repeat day 1 on day 30 to 60, repeat day 1 on day 60 to 90. And at the end of the 90 days, which is a quarter, I would like for us to have some kind of a partnership or a merger and acquisition that can happen. So what we are stronger together as an alliance. So it's very affordable. And you can see here, sustainable business.solutions on how it works. It's basically between 5 minutes to 20 minutes each day. We will bring you the roadmap on how we can do this together. It's very affordable so that anybody can join from around the world. And at the end of the 90 days, we will have something together that we will work together. It's pre-recorded. If you miss that day, then you can listen to it. And then after the 90 days, we will have either a business together or some kind of a partnership that we're going to be working on, or maybe we're going to present as a group to a group of investor. And obviously, I mentioned a while ago, shameless self-promotion in the sky in June here in Vancouver Island. You're all welcome, especially if you're here. And just so you know, I mentioned a while ago earlier that there will be 2 people who's going to be winning 2 spots sponsored by BioMar and Pierce Group for the 3 AI micro schools that we're doing with Genius U. And so if you are still here, congratulations. Send to Stacy here. Stacy has a chat there. Your name, because you will be entered into a raffle to win worth $1,997 worth of 3 micro schools, because in those micro school, we'll be teaching you how to create your own avatar, how to create being an influencer, and how to be in the AI metaverse. We'll give you the first AI micro school that we already did in January. A month and a half ago, we did the AI entrepreneur. So if you register for the AI micro school, you get the first AI micro school for free, worth $970 US. And so, but send your name in to Stacy, direct message her. I see Abu Bakar already sent me his name. Send it to Stacy versus me, because Stacy has the lucky wheel of fortune. And so if you stay until the end of the conference tomorrow and have your name sent to Stacy, then you will have a chance to win AI micro school. And with that, I have 2 minutes to spare. My biggest takeaway from our time together here is, again, the richness of humanity in a high-tech world. So humans are not going to get obsolete. 50% of us, as I mentioned, is going to get erased, and 50% of us, unfortunately, is going to be replaced. So I know you are all here because you are all going to get erased. So thank you again for the opportunity to be of value to you today. Thank you to my speakers, to my team. We have 2 minutes to spare. Stuart, thank you very much for staying late. I know you're in the UK. You probably missed dinner time, but thank you for being here. I do appreciate you.
It's been a joy. It's been a joy.
What's one thing you're going to be doing? What's your action step?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I was probably the most nervous person here in all of this, because there's all these eminent experts in the world of sustainability and aquaculture, and I'm relatively new to this. So my greatest takeaway is just to absorb it. And you know, I have a bit of a gift for translating what I receive, and so it's going to be, you know, taking away all of this and then sharing it with people in my community and elsewhere. So that's my commitment.
Thank you very much. Well, my biggest takeaway is that, again, the humanity in a high-tech world, and I see some people who I build community with who join us from our September event. Lindsay is here, a lot of people who were here that were from our first event. So thank you again for trusting us. And with that, I would say that's a wrap for day one. I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you very much again. And if you're in the other side of the world, sleep tight. Maybe you will dream about AI giving you some really sweet dreams tonight. And with that, I will see you tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Bye for now.
Thank you.